much more deeply, kind of with some of the concepts that have been brewing in this ecosystem for years. Let me just try to see if this works. It's not showing here. Yeah, I did. It's changing, but it's just not showing. Until we get started. You may have wondered what this building is. So it's actually quite interesting. It used to be a former church. So this used to be the community kind of like prayer room where the community gathered. And over there you have one of the most prominent galleries in Berlin, the König Gallery. So maybe some of you remember during 2021, 2022, there was this big NFT boom. Who bought an NFT in 2021, 2022? Okay, fair share of people. And so during this time, there was an exhibition there called Machine Hallucinations by an artist called Refik Anadol. And so it was one of the first very prominent kind of AI-enabled paintings, and that was auctioned off as an NFT. And kind of through this auction, me and a couple of friends back then, my co-founders, one of them actually went on to found Prime Intellect, which is now one of the kind of leading decentralized AI and compute platforms. Through this auction, we got in touch with Johann König, the owner, and then we found out that this beautiful space became available. So we moved in here in, I think, end of 2023. Yeah, so we've been here for almost 2.5 years. Yeah. And it's a wonderful event. Like we just use it as an office. So normally, like there are chairs and tables all over here. If any of you kind of from the scientific ecosystem in Berlin or abroad ever want to host a meetup or a conference, we also have meetups here regularly. Please give us a shout. Cool. Thank you so much. So a little bit about the place that we have the honor to inhabit. My name is Paul Kohlhaas. I'm the CEO and founder of both Molecule and Bio, MolBio, short. Two teams that I think have been really had the chance and the support from funders, from investors, from scientists to be able to kind of pioneer the DeSci ecosystem. My background to be working in science, though, is quite atypical. So, like, I'm an economist by training. And then very early on got into decentralized system architecture, and kind of before that though spent a lot of time in online biohacking communities. And we're going to speak about biohacking in a little bit. It's really seeing a huge boom, but it was really kind of my early inspiration. So as a teenager, I spent a lot of time like obscure online forums where people were looking at new diabetes treatments, longevity treatments, nootropics, psychedelics, and found all of that extremely interesting from an open science perspective. So people collaborating on the internet in the open. Who knows Arrowhead? Okay, a few people. So Arrowhead to me is really was an early epitome of how science could be done open. Science about drugs or medicine could be done in the open on the internet. Cool. So the title of my talk is "The Code of Life is a Public Good, Not a Trade Secret." Right. So really coming back to this notion of science as a public good, something to serve the people for the people instead of kind of being monopolized. And I'm sure a couple of you came across this quote a couple of days ago. It was posted I think 4 or 5, 6 days ago when access to Fable 5 got restricted, right? And we have to ask ourselves, will science ever have a Fable 5 moment, right? If we really begin accelerating at a massive scale, I actually think science has had many Fable 5 moments. We just don't know about them because it simply gets buried, right? I think there's so much innovation that has gotten buried over time for lack of the existence of an open ecosystem. But so the Microsoft CEO said, a frontier without an ecosystem is not stable. And so the core argument is really top down, that centralized AI eating all the value is politically unstable. It will create a lot of political instability. And that the future for a frontier ecosystem like AI is one where every organization has its own learning loops. And we believe that for one of the most important frontiers of all, which is science, that ecosystem has a name. We've been trying to build it together for many years now. And it's called DeSci. There's a really interesting parallel movement, by the way, which is in decentralized AI. If you follow, there's a very prominent guy called Jake Bruckman who talks a lot about how decentralized AI is becoming, can actually support an ecosystem for AI. So in 2026, what I think is really exciting, people stopped waiting for permission, right? So we used to think science has to be centralized, right? Like AI by the big labs. But in 2026, people really stopped waiting for permission. And I want to just show two cool examples here. You may have heard of this. It's like that a tech guy, he got fed up that his dog was dying and that there was no cure. His dog had cancer. And so he used a combination of ChatGPT and Grok and a few other tools to essentially develop his own, I think it was an mRNA cancer vaccine. And he got it tested with several universities, got it developed like relatively low cost, and it worked, right? Which is kind of nuts if you think about it. It's completely nuts that we have these kind of tools at our fingertips now. All that it takes is agency, right? And now you could say, well, the average person can't do this. I'm sure this guy probably had a budget maybe of 20, 30, 50,000 of his own money and time that he put into it. Maybe less, maybe more. But the fact that this is possible and feasible on a timeline of month is bewildering. Then another thing, if you haven't listened to this yet, I highly recommend it. It's called Peptide Masterclasses. I'm sure many of you know Andrew Huberman. So kind of peptides have really been, I think, exploding in just popularity. And it's again, I think a massive trend towards permissionlessness. So I think our current generation really took its health into its own hands. There's a whole quantified self movement. Brian Johnson, thank you. Brian Johnson's longevity protocols. And then GLP-1s have kind of mainstreamed the weekly injection, right? People used to be very apprehensive of injecting themselves with anything. Oh, very quickly, over the last 6 to 12 months, that kind of became mainstream, right? And so one could say the patient became the principal investigator. So there's a global biohacking movement now that self-experiments at scale with or without the system's blessing, which I think is really interesting, right? So I think we're seeing early kind of signs here as we're also seeing, the AI system, in my view, is a couple of years more, the AI ecosystem is a couple of years more advanced than the scientific and open biohacking movement. But we're seeing a similar thing here. So peptides today in the US, for instance, are a $10 billion market with almost no provenance, right? Demand completely outran the system. And there's big compounding pharmacy loopholes. So this is basically what Andrew Huberman says in this talk. There's very little chain of custody and very little way to verify what you're actually injecting, which is also quite dangerous, right? So at the core, so we can look at different scientific problems, but at the core, science and scientific commercialization is somewhat broken. I think we've seen so many more advances over the last 6 months than we used to see over 5 years. So there's a big acceleration happening. But in many cases, scientists have actually been leaving the scientific, or the academic ecosystem. And I think now, due to AI are returning, AI is also bringing a host of new people and builders into science, which is super exciting. But at the core, this is one of those often touted numbers. What's one of the core goals of DeSci is to bring down this number, this giant looming, it costs $2.5 billion to develop a drug. Many of you might be familiar with Eroom's law, which is kind of was coined by someone called Jack Scannell. He was actually a speaker at our first DeSci Berlin. I think maybe at our second one as well. He's an advisor to some of the companies in the ecosystem. And he posited this law that the cost of drug discovery has doubled every 9 years, despite the science actually getting much better. The thing is, it doesn't cost $2.5 billion to develop a drug. It costs $2.5 billion to navigate the bureaucracy that we've created around the system, not to discover or to develop the drug. That can actually be done very, very quickly. It's kind of the cost of the entire bureaucracy. So there's a 96% drug trial failure rate at the moment. 15 years roughly, or 10 years from let's say hypothesis into patient. There's about 28 billion, that's often cited number, that is wasted yearly in irreproducible research, and 50% of trials are never even published. And I think one of the core goals, so why DeSci, why do we think this is important, why are we here? One of the core goals is to bring all of these numbers up or respectively down, and just make it much more efficient. Again, imagine the guy who developed a cancer vaccine for his dog. I'm sure Like he spent probably 1/10,000th of what the typical cost is. Now, of course, I'm oversimplifying here, but I think one needs to imagine what could be possible. This has been something that has worried me over the last years. I think it's getting better now that kind of scientists are leaving academia in droves, joining other industries, or in some cases also scientists simply choose to work on where the money is, not actually where they have a personal hypothesis, right? I think this is getting a lot better. So I think there's a lot of hope at the moment, but getting scientists back involved in the same way that patients are getting back involved again, right? Like big biohacker movement actually just means patients are getting involved in testing in early trial and drug development. I think AI is enabling a similar thing for patients. So the fundamental question that I think DeSci tries to ask is what if science was much more open? What if science was composable? It was easily ownable. It was fundable. Discoverable, those kinds of things. Like for instance, if it wasn't for kind of that ChatGPT thing having gone viral, no one would ever know probably that this guy developed a cancer vaccine for his dog. There was a similar case where a woman cured her own breast cancer. Did any of you guys hear about that? Yeah, a woman cured her own breast cancer. Again, similar case, and that was actually buried by the scientific establishment because she self-experimented. And so if we could move beyond that, I think we could really move into an era of massive scientific flourishing. I'm sure many of you know this kind of meme of the solar punk city, and if it's if only we did X, Y, Z, the world could look like this. Well, we could have that if we invested into open infrastructure for science, and it actually meant it. So DeSci really is a grassroots movement. For anyone that's new to DeSci, I always every DeSci conference, I try to explain. DeSci is a grassroots movement that tries to that aims for the overhaul of science on open rails. So make it fundable, ownable, composable, and especially important this year has become kind of agent operable. One of the core theses that we've been kind of driving forward over the last really 9 to 12 months is that agents can unblock a really big core bottleneck in coordination, in project coordination, in budget management, in evaluation of kind of outputs, and that's really exciting to us. Cool. Fundamentally, we're looking at 4 primitives. So one is tokenized IP, so the ability to fund, own, and trade scientific IP on chain, which is kind of one of the original DeSci primitives. Then permissionless funding, community capital at internet speed. I'll show some examples about that later. An open data ledger, so where every output can be captured with provenance. And then I just mentioned this, autonomous agents, so AI scientists that never sleep and are always on, always operating and iterating. We've really, over the last year, so this is a bit retro-wise, we've really come from a Discord thread, what used to be a VDAO Discord in early 2021, into a global ecosystem with treasuries raised of more than $50 million, over 15 million deployed into direct research funding. Liquid IP has been traded in the volume range of over 2 billion, over 90,000 global community members. Many hypotheses generated. So a whole lot of traction for an ecosystem that is still quite young. By the way, how am I doing on time? Okay, cool. So one thing that what we've learned over time is that hype mints attention. So it's easy to get attention through hype, but outcomes really generate trust over time, right? And that's been one of the core challenges, that when you operate at the intersection of, let's say, Web3 and science, Web3 is very hype, but then show me the outcomes immediately, right? Where's the money? Make token go up. And on the other side, science, it takes time, right? You need to verify outputs. You need to wait until the experiments are done. But the community capital that exists in Web3 for DeSci and the will to support DeSci is real. But it's fragile, right? It moves with the market, and so you need to build around that. We've really tried to make kind of IP NFTs work end to end, and we're seeing the first kind of signs of that really coming online with real patents being filed, out-licensings patents being filed, out-licensings, and kind of research progressing further through the funnel. Fundamentally, coordination is the product and not tokens, right? So the coordination of science and different stakeholders, like investors, scientists, community members, raising awareness for something, that's the product, not a token. And so we've kind of been building on this for 8 years. So it started in 2018. We're continuously launching and experimenting with a set of new products that we think are needed to actually make this a success. So one really cool loop that is starting to close, and we're not seeing this just with one project, but there are several, is kind of a closing of this loop. And so I think a really good example, he's actually in the crowd today, he's going to give a talk later, is Artan Bio. So VitaDAO is funded over 8 million in longevity research. A lot of that early research was anchored through IP NFTs, where you have a sponsored research agreement with the university. So kind of like a license, right, that is anchored to an on-chain IP NFT. And Michael Torres was among one of the first recipients of an IP NFT-backed research grant like that. It then spun out into Artan Bio, which is now a legal entity, a real-world company that filed one of the first kind of DeSci patents end-to-end based on this IP NFT. And then in 2024, we also launched VitaRNA, which is a liquid IP asset. At its peak, I think was trading at about 10, 15 million. And so has completely up until now kind of funded the research into these are early tRNA suppressors for aging and rare diseases. And so Michael also has other projects. And so recently, I think about 2 months ago, his other project, Crossbridge Bio, his company, was acquired by Eli Lilly for 300 million. And so to us, that was a really big proof point, and to the ecosystem as well, that we're working with leading entrepreneurs that are really pushing the boundaries. So I'm super excited about Artan Bio and what's to come out of there, and just using it as an example of how we're increasingly kind of reaching escape velocity. So we'll hear from 2 organizations today, many other organizations as well, but 2 organizations. One of our core goals at Molecule is really to reduce friction around handling IP specifically, and to accelerate science. These are some of the talks that are going to be given today, or different workshops. So there's a whole lot of sessions that you can get into. One that I really recommend is from an AI prompt to a real peptide. I think it's going to be super cool. So we've been doing a lot of work on peptide engineering and essentially developing agent stacks around peptides. So the core thing that Molecule really tries to achieve is create IP as a programmable primitive. This includes the IP NFT. It then includes fractionalized versions of IP NFTs, then programmable data containers, and legal compliant real-world asset frameworks around this. Maybe as a little point, science is kind of, in our view, the largest untapped real-world asset on Earth. So there's been a lot of movement in the recent years to move crypto or tokenization frameworks away from meme coins to real-world asset tokens. If any of you watched things like the SpaceX IPO, there's so much secondary trading already of tokenized assets now on platforms like Solana and on Ethereum. So we really see this as a huge growing market, and where we can essentially plug a big liquidity hole, we believe, in early stage science funding. And so Molecule has been leading and developing a compliant framework around that in talks with leading financial regulators across the globe to get regulatory approval for that, to actually make it fully compliant and tradable, so that universities, biotech companies, pharma companies can actually engage with this in a compliant manner. If that sounds like you, our GC, Ben Snipes, is going to give a detailed talk about it. If you're interested in that. On the other side, we have BioProtocol. So BioProtocol has really served as a launchpad and distribution engine for open science. Capital formation is extremely important. But then also, we've looked a lot into how do we source and make projects visible in the first place, or how do we create them? And so there's going to be a lot of talks from different members of BioProtocol. One that I really, really recommend, I'm just going to give a shout out, I can't talk about all of them. One that I really recommend is from Johannes Weniger. It's going to be, I think, at 12 p.m. today, talking about BIOS, which According to benchmarks, at least in like the last benchmarking at the beginning of Q2, end of Q1, kind of was almost #1 scientist on the Bix bench, which is one of the leading bioinformatics frameworks for AI scientists. And they've just made a huge overhaul of their system. Very briefly, so what does Bio actually do? Bio enables permissionless capital for science. Curate, the crowd curates which projects can launch. People all over the world can allocate capital in a similar way to crowdfunding. So far, we've seen a whole range of really successful launches. One of the most recent ones was Peptide, which aimed to raise 50,000 USDC and was actually 32 times oversubscribed. So the global kind of interest in the project reached roughly 1.6 million. So it was a really, really successful sale. And yeah, one of the founders later is going to give a detailed talk about how Peptide actually works as a multi-agent system. To make it very brief, it's a fleet of agents that are chasing one receptor each. So Peptide essentially coordinates target-scoped agents, which each pursue a different receptor through an 8-gate computational pipeline. And then the funding that is raised is almost 100% deployed into wet lab experiments. 3 minutes, cool. Another really cool product that is actually going to be unveiled today, we have Ryan from our team speaking about this, is Open Labs. So some of you maybe came across Moltbook, when that first launched, right? And we found that a super interesting experiment in agent coordination. There's been really interesting work from Stanford as well around how do we create almost agent native science kind of debate platforms or social platforms. This is something where we're now driving a lot of the projects that are applying early on. So you essentially post a hypothesis, you can be a human, you can be an agent, and you can challenge it through open peer review. Then you form a research project, you can spin up a team around the best ideas. And then something really interesting that we're going to unveil is that we have DeFi routed yield. So you can allocate yield into the individual projects if that's something that you want to do. And they essentially use that to pay for inference. And our head of tech told me to say this is a way to get risk-free pre-TGE exposure. You have to kind of be in Web3 to understand what that means. I'll just leave it there. So the really cool thing about BIOS is our AI scientist. The really cool thing about BIOS is this concept of being able to design medicines from a prompt. We just took the landing page live yesterday. It's ai.bio.xyz. We're working with some of the leading kind of models. So it's essentially so we're beating kind of the state-of-the-art models at the moment, and it combines RDiffusion, Boltzgen, and then PX design. So 3 models combined to create novel candidates. And then our system filters candidates to the best. It costs about $7 compute per design run, which right now is incredibly cheap, if you compare it to global benchmarks. And we're really using state-of-the-art models. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, though, the core goal of science is to bring products to market, right? Another initiative that we launched this year is called BioFi, which is a commerce layer for DeSci. Really saying we're going from lab to bench to consumer. With BioFi, we built a distribution layer that turns validated science into products that people can actually purchase. And we're really lucky today to have Dongsin, one of the early builders and founders from DermaDAO. She has a little stand there with two of our first products that have been kind of DeSci natively developed. One of them is Moondrops. It's a product I use every day. It's an amazing facial serum. Was developed by leading South Korean doctors. Yeah, and is a very, let's say, very well-working longevity serum. Similar products in the market cost up to $250, and so our goal there was to bring something that is already validated by the market, reformulate it slightly, and offer it at a much lower cost. Cool. With that, I'm really excited to open the 5th DeSci Berlin. The goal for all of us really is to move towards a future of permissionless scientific abundance. Thank you.
Wow. Hello? Am I on? Yes. Thank you so much, Paul. What a great opening, as always. So our next talk, we'll have a little fireside chat, and the name is DeSci Berlin. You're going to expect Web3, crypto, and you're going to expect science. But one of the sort of aspects that shouldn't be ignored, I should say, is the financialization and the commercialization, and it's the money talks. And so this panel is going to be the money talks.
I'm talking, but I'm not the money. So the money man is coming up right here. But I'm Aaron Weaver, so I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Molecule. And this is Oliver Colville, who is a fund manager with a Long Short.
Hey, guys.
Biotech hedge fund. Oliver and I actually worked together in an investment firm many years ago. And so he's got a lot of experience from actually being a bench scientist to working then in venture capital funds on the operational side. And then now sort of like trading NASDAQ biotech stocks or biotech stocks globally. But firstly, I might turn it over to Oliver just to actually introduce himself and just speak a little bit about the professional experience that you've had within the sector.
Yeah, so I've had a bit of a meandering career, I guess. That's what I started as an undergrad, and was all starry-eyed about pharmacology, and but also realized that I probably wasn't the best scientific operator, as in my actual ability to pipette and stick it out for hours on end was not the best. But I loved designing experiments, and I loved the outcome of the experiments. That was my two favorite bits.
So basically, you're impatient.
I'm totally impatient and maybe marginally incompetent on the bench side. But that kind of, I guess, was a bit of a segue into maybe I want to do something else. So I actually went into investment banking more on the biotech side. So I kind of got this big old strategic overview of the sector and all the different architectural players. So obviously you got everything from principal investigators that who are running a lab, all the way up to commercial stage companies that are actually getting the medicine to patients. So that gave me a pretty good overview. But then I realized that actually I hated banking. So I went back to academia and did was at Imperial College London. Was going to do a PhD, but then realized that again, I came back to the same problem of science, actual doing science, and didn't do a PhD, came to join Aaron at a Pioneer Investment Group, which is the family office of Christian Angmeyer. So we spent a lot of time doing work on longevity, a lot of work on psychedelics, and then from there have gone into the more public side, because at the end of maybe like 2020, 2021, the world got destroyed on the public biotech side. I'm sure a lot of you guys will have kind of recognized some of maybe if you dabble in some of these stocks, you'll have noticed the drawdown. And it was a great time to start trying to pick and choose companies that had maybe good fundamental principles, a decent amount of cash, that were trading at negative enterprise value, which is a great starting point for any investment thesis. So since then, I've been working on a fund with a guy based in New York, and we invest in small and mid-cap biotech stocks, and that's kind of what we do. And we spend our time, in the weeds on the fundamentals and getting to know management teams and all that kind of stuff.
So we've had a lot of musings over the years about what makes a good biotechnology company. Never seems that we've squarely come in on what is astounding. There's a lot of lessons to be learned along the way, but what is the one big thing that you wish you were sort of told once you sort of started out in this finance journey of this part of the industry?
I think that all science has a price. I think that's one of the, when you look at, if you are a scientist and you look at what you're doing, you think, how could this possibly not be worthwhile to someone somewhere? And that's obviously because you spend your time looking at something and there's maybe a bit of inherent bias in that. But what I learned throughout this entire journey is that, the translation of theory into practice is a long journey. That journey is fraught with lots of different ruts in the road and lots of different problems. Things go wrong the entire time in drug development. And you have to be incredibly price sensitive and disciplined on when you pick and choose to enter that contest. That's if I knew that from the beginning, I probably wouldn't be here.
But you're still persevering.
I'm still here.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit more of a personal question. I think once you told me that your uncle was actually in contention for a Nobel Prize. And so you've been around a lot of like good scientists in your life. Like, what are the observations that you've had of, I mean, maybe the habits, the mindsets, the mannerisms of these, top scientists? Like, what really distinguishes them from, other people's efforts?
I think my answer is not going to be actually that much of a surprise to anyone, because it's curiosity and tenacity and discipline are so my uncle is a biochemistry professor at Oxford and has dedicated his entire career to elucidating the mechanisms of how cohesin divides during mitosis, and developed various theories around it, and has spent decades in the field. And I remember we had a big family event a couple of years ago, and he had just discovered AlphaFold at that time. And he spent the entire family event on AlphaFold. We couldn't take him away from it. He was the speeches were happening, the drinks were happening, all the stuff was happening. Not interested one bit, because he had this incredible new tool that, as a biochemist, he'd been looking for his entire life. He'd been working on yeast-based systems. And suddenly you have this ability to interrogate protein structures in a way that he could never do in the early part of his career. And that was gold dust. So I think that obsession with what he does is probably what differentiates, good from really great scientists.
Interesting. You got to go deep. Talking about new tools and a way to draw insight and actually really interrogate ground truth around what's happening. We're having a conversation this morning about how these could be helpful in investing, and actually just being able to get a much stronger insight into biologically, effectively, what might be occurring with the drug. How do you see AI native tooling being really applicable to the investment field? What could you possibly do that could give you that greater degree of price sensitivity or understanding as to the inherent prospects of what someone is working on?
I think it's there's obviously a couple of different things. There's the first on the triaging side, right? The idea of having that ability to cross-compare publications, cross-compare trials at a second's notice is incredibly powerful. That's the kind of work that would normally take a couple of hours. I can do that in 1 minute now. So if you want to make split-second decisions in the market, maybe you're looking at something, some clinical data pre-market, you're not super familiar with the space, you haven't done your homework, but you want to get this understanding and go from there, that can be a very good use case. I mean, but for more, that's not really where you make most of your return as an investor. You make most of your return by thinking deeply and fundamentally and trying to work on things before they happen and being in the right place at the right time. So, I was thinking of the other day I was looking at a company that has a certain type of drug class that is very good at suppressing stomach acid. There is a competitor, there's a competitor category. It's very good at that as well. And the competitor category really impacts some type 2 inflammatory pathways that are really important in a host of different conditions like atopic dermatitis, EoE, it's called eosinophilic esophagitis. And literally no one had ever done the experiments to examine whether the company that I was looking at also had that kind of inflammatory modulation. No one had ever looked at it. And I got to the point where I was grilling GPT. I was like, find me the papers. I went and looked PubMed. I just couldn't find it. Couldn't do it. Got to the end of the internet. And so I was like, this is where I need a dry lab like a bioinformatics stack to start interrogating RNA-seq, see if I can find anything in, is there anything on the binding data that I can find? Are there any protein-protein interactions that might give me a clue? And so that kind of stack, the ability to do as good as we can get to wet lab research without having a wet lab and without having to spend the cost on a wet lab, would be incredibly useful, I think.
I think you've seen some of the work that's been done around here in terms of autonomous, like closed loop, wet lab experimentation. Obviously, there's the cost that comes with that. Do you ever see that becoming part of the toolkit of a financier? Like, so it's just not necessarily a matter of drug development. It just might be a matter of proving reproducibility in, you know, sort of a set experiment design.
I mean, for sure. One of the greatest challenges is trying to work out whether a company is telling you the truth. And there's a lot of, obviously, it's not necessarily manipulation of data, but it's obfuscation of key truths. And, maybe it's obfuscation of the binding potential. Or is this really as good as this company says it is in terms of potency in cellular assays if I compare it head to head to like an incumbent? Is that really the case? And so that does happen, but it happens in a wet lab setting. And I know of funds that spend tens of thousands of dollars to prove exactly those theses. But if you could democratize that, so the fund I work for is a much smaller fund, so we're not running billions, so we don't have the budget to do that. But if you could put that in the hands of a smaller investor, and if you can put it in the hands of a smaller investor, you can put it in the hands of anyone, potentially retail investors as well. I think that's a really interesting case study.
Zooming out a little bit, and there is a lot of emphasis on examining the science when you're sort of investing, but there's also other things. Sometimes there's a mantra, stock's not science, around things, because there's a lot of other matters or factors that effectively influence underlying sort of like stock or price performance in an underlying project. Like, how much is the data really informative of how things will effectively trade? Like, what sort of exists in the dark arts of biotech investing that sort of seem a little bit unobvious to the first time investor that might come into the industry?
Yeah, we've all had the horrifying situation of where a clinical trial data set looks great and the stock goes the other way, and you think, why? What happened here? What have I got wrong? And you then go and sit in a dark room for a bit. But I think one of the things that I've really learned over the last couple of years is sentiment and what are known as factors are a huge part of the driving force. So, biotech, as much as we like to think it's quite an isolated world unto itself, sits within a broader ecosystem. At the moment, it sits within an ecosystem that has the likes of SpaceX IPOing at the same time. And cash flows throughout the system in certain ways. So liquidity can flow in different directions. And if the sentiment is poor within biotech, what tends to happen is even if you have a good clinical trial readout, the stock will get sold. The converse is true. Maybe you can have a so-so clinical readout when sentiment is good, but it will go up. And that changes very quickly. And that's to do with largely macro. So for example, since the US started bombing Iran, that situation has obviously triggered a different global outlook on how we view risk and risk stocks. So for the last couple of months, really good clinical data has not been rewarded, I think, or at least has been sold off after it has initially gone up. And I contrast that to maybe the second half of last year and the first part of this year where there were really early early phase 1-2 companies with non-controlled, non-placebo-controlled studies that were gaining billions in market cap off data sets that I think in a different time would have punished the company. So there is the sentiment is a dark art. Now, the key question is, what is a good gauge of sentiment? And actually, weirdly, I found that X or online forums is a really good gauge of where sentiment is, because you can generally tell when people are in hysteria mode or when people are in elation mode, because when people start posting pictures of their returns, that's when you know that it's time to sell.
Are they also showing the L's?
Well, no one ever shows the L. It's like everyone is innocent in prison, right? No one does. So there's also, I don't know if you're going to get onto this, but maybe there's a series of non-obvious, choreography to do with companies.
Yeah,
as well.
let's speak about that a little bit, because and probably a little bit around methodology also, and the choreographic elements that sort of sit around this, because I guess there's cues and things that you can look at that like sit outside looking at the data set, because this is an industry. There's a multitude of stakeholders. People are interacting with one another. There's, I guess, like signal in people being absent, or various people meeting and doing things within a public domain. Do you want to sort of like demystify that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously, I think everything starts with the fundamentals. That's the first and foremost. That's your bread and butter work that you have to do. So that's, it's looking at the management team, so the experience of the management team, what they've done beforehand, and are they really good operators? Have they really delivered things in the past? Have there maybe been some skeletons in the closet? That also involves generally speaking to the management team to kind of get a sense of the whites of their eyes. What are they like? Are they promotional? Are they not promotional? Some are very promotional and back up their words, and some are very promotional and don't back up their words. So it starts with really understanding the team, but then also you have to understand whether what they're developing is a good tool. Like, are you if you're looking at a drug molecule, is it a good hammer? As in, if you use this hammer to hit a biological target, is the hammer going to break in half? Is it right for the job? That's I think a key principle, and that's something that when you think about also exits, because exits are a really important part of this industry, and pharma wants to buy good tools, you have to look for drugs that have good drug-like properties. And so that also filters in what is the target product profile. So if this was developed in 5 years' time and 10 years' time, does it fill an unmet medical need? And how does it compare to what is currently there? So it's a lot of landscape mapping. It's a lot of competitor mapping. You have to also understand whether the disease biology that this particular target is involved in is actually correct. And then you have to line that up with clinical trials. So can you run a clinical trial that I guess gives you a readout that is, one, clinically meaningful, and two, approvable. So, I take the example of, we've tried thousands of different compounds in Alzheimer's disease. There have been a couple that have worked, and it's been on the amyloid thesis. But the endpoint in Alzheimer's disease trials is really hard to hit, because I think it's maybe not correlated with a lot of the disease pathways and biology that we've tried to hit it with. So you always start from a fundamental basis. Then you have to go into, how much does this actually cost? So do I get this science for a reasonable price compared to a competitor that's in the same space? So is it 100 million or is it 5 billion? What am I paying for it? Obviously, you will get situations where this probability of success is largely priced in, because everyone's done the same calculations. But you do get situations where the probability of success is completely incorrect, and you have outsized moves. Like, I don't know if some of you guys have seen Abivax, which was a company that kind of went from 500 million to close to 7-8 billion off one phase 3 readout that everyone had totally written off. And so those things do happen. And so it's about trying to position yourself such that you minimize your downside risk. Like, what's the floor? Is it cash? And maximize the upside. That all then feeds into the dark arts part, which is then the choreography. Like, do these guys turn up to conferences? What do these guys say on conference calls? All of this is public information. Do they drop out of conferences? Do they?
Sorry, just why is that significant? Maybe could you share with us?
Yeah. So generally, when you can tell when there's a bit of smoke. Like, when maybe a company might be not telling you something or not revealing something, and it might be talking to big pharma companies, or it might be trying to sell itself. And you can tell that maybe from the way that the CEO answers certain questions. You can tell that maybe from the way the CEO talks about it. If the CEO starts saying, I'm looking to take this, I want to build an empire, I'm going to acquire another asset, sure. But sometimes they also say, maybe it's, I'm really clear-eyed about the value of a big pharma partner. So you can kind of get a sense of what the company is looking to do, first and foremost, but then if they, sometimes there's periodic conferences throughout the year. So like in January, there's JP Morgan in San Francisco, but throughout the year, there's lots of different conferences that bankers put on. And what usually happens is companies will drop out of those conferences, and they drop out without any notice, and they don't give a reason, and they do it usually at short notice. A lot of that, the signal to noise ratio can be quite low on that, but if you take it in conjunction with other signals, like have these guys not done a financing recently? So if they haven't financed, why? What are they waiting for? They need money, so why didn't they go to the capital markets to raise it? What are they waiting for? Or they've delayed the filing of their quarterly reports or their annual report. Why are you delaying? If you usually file it on the 1st of the month, why are we now at the 15th of the month and you haven't filed it? So there are some non-obvious signals that you can pay attention to maybe get a sense of where what companies are trying to achieve.
And how do you think through the regulatory piece too? There is there's probably not a lot of clarity in the way that the FDA behaves at the moment, but there is some signal in the way that they might engage with patient advocacy groups, certain statements, the way that AdComs are effectively convened, and the way that they examine things. So that as an agency matters a lot. It's ultimately
huge.
The market entry gateway.
Absolutely. The FDA is the Food and Drug Administration. The US is it's the judge, the jury, and the execution.
For 20% of the US economy.
For exactly. So you have to basically, if they say jump, you say how high. You have to do everything they say. There's not a lot. You can be creative with. You can be creative with trial designs, proposing it to them, but they will never give you proper, as it were, yes, you can do this kind of feedback. It's always, that's an interesting design. It might serve as the basis for regulatory approval. The company then has to go and interpret that. And then that's then a question of, do you think the management team has enough experience to interpret that kind of Sphinx-like feedback that they get from the regulatory agencies? And that can be that is misjudged quite often. So you also have to, the regulatory piece is really, really important. And a way to understand, a way to do that is also benchmark, basically against what competitors have done. So, like if a company comes out with a completely different clinical trial design to their nearest rival, why? What is it that they are doing differently? So you then have to grill the management team, or you have to take a view that actually these guys are trying something that's maybe a bit too aggressive and might not work, and that introduces risk into the equation.
You mentioned X being good for effectively examining sentiment before, but we all open up our phones a little bit later and we actually start scrolling through it. So what are you looking for in sentiment? And also, how can you tell whether there's a particular trending topic online that might be over-exuberant and doesn't really have the core substance behind it? So, it's just, there's a little bit of a pump going on. But how can you methodically, effectively examine the way that people are exploring these topics online?
Yeah, what's a real signal of actual value creation versus what's a couple of, maybe a spike and then a drop, it looks like a mountain. Generally, anything with a rocket emoji next to it, no. It's like a red flag.
Or diamonds.
Diamonds, rocket emoji, to the moon, whatever. You can see when a stock is being pumped largely by the accounts that are doing it, because the pump will be largely maybe based on chart. So chartists do it. So it's like, oh, we've got a Head and Shoulders spike appearing, and there's a resistance line at 418, and let's do it there. That kind of stuff is short term. It'll be largely algo driven. It'll be volume for the first couple of days, And then once the volume dries up, the algos will leave and the stock price will collapse. So that, but also, you also have to look at this is again, brings it back to what is it, why is this being pumped? So for example, some small companies that are, I'm not talking about 2 to a billion. I'm talking about companies that are maybe 30 million or 20 million market cap that are kind of forgotten about. They will sometimes they put out press releases just to get attention. And the press release will say something like, we had a meeting with the FDA. Cool.
Nice for you.
Yeah, that's great. I'd scratch my back today. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It means the meeting could have gone terribly. But that announcement can trigger algos to buy into the price. That moves the stock. It gets attention pre-market. Up it goes. People look at it, try and impute some kind of fundamentals to it when there actually aren't any. That is not sustainable. And that will probably come down as the volume dries up. But what is more sustainable is, again, looking at what is it that this company has done that has significantly increased its chance of becoming a real medicine is ultimately what, at the end of the day, it's about.
Looks like I've only got a few minutes. This talk went relatively quickly. Thank you, Oliver.
Time
I
flies.
just wonder, any questions from the crowd?
So thank you very much for the talk. So my question would be probably to the limits of the stack that you mentioned to investigate. Let's take the example of binding assays or cell potency assays. I mean, fundamentally, it's a metadata level, because if you're comparing two companies, but you don't know how the methodology works, or it doesn't really mean anything. And going to the example of Alzheimer's, I mean, if you say, for instance, then looking at metadata, but don't know the details, wouldn't the company's philosophy about the disease be quite a more important bit? Because with Alzheimer's, it's not that the drugs didn't work, but the target was wrong, most likely. We can prove that it binded the right target at the right efficacy. So no, the whole history and the whole story about the disease is probably the problem. So that's why, if you can link this being not necessarily the metadata being important, but going to details and the story behind the company, which might be quite tough for these agents in the stack to configure, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, obviously agents are limited to the availability of data that is input into them. So if the only data that's published is from disparate sources and from assays that have totally different running, and you can very easily change the outcome of an assay by changing some of the parameters around it, that is absolutely a fundamental limitation. I think that goes probably back to one of the early points, is that's why funds spend a lot of money on wet lab search, getting tool compounds and buying compounds of medchem websites and running them head-to-head in-house to check what is actually going on here if we standardize all the parameters across an assay. And otherwise it's a bit of, you're never going to be truly precise. There's always a confidence interval, right, on whenever you're whenever you're making an investment decision, there's always a confidence interval on, how sure you are of something, of something. And that's why if you see two molecules that are similar potency, even though they're run in different assays in different decades, you might take the conservative assumption that it's not differentiated. That's an easier thing to say than it is differentiated, because you have to have an edge. You have to have some kind of differential that gives you a bit more confidence. And that's not just going to be on one dynamic, by the way. Maybe it could be across a whole host of different things. It's a very multifactorial equation. It might be to do with intellectual property, for example. So, yeah, look, I think this is something that, please create it. I'll use it.
Time for one last question. Anyone has anything to share? Yeah.
Thank you. I just arrived 10 minutes ago, so I might miss some of your talks, but a general question. So everything about DeSci, I realized that it's relevant to biotech, right? and hedge funds relevant to biotech. Have you ever thought of like anything relevant to physics and simulations and stuff like that, like SpaceX just did IPO? So if that is something relevant to, say, astrophysics or anything that's relevant to physics, and is there such hedge funds that doing that? So it might shrink your, you know, because in my opinion, like biotech's very long-term thing, and sometimes you just don't trust the technical thing, but it actually works, but like people were not patient about that, but probably physics is like shorter, you know.
On the hedge fund side, the hedge fund side, yes, but those companies are more, I guess, more in the VC domain, I think, because a lot of the, you know, a lot of those physics companies will either be acquired or go public later on, and I haven't come across purely physics-focused hedge funds. But then again, I'm quite narrow-minded, so I'm very happy to be proved wrong on that.
I mean, and by the way, it's entirely a possibility, right? Because there's an added advantage. It's just standing up the infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, like one of the main challenges with biotech is just how long the capital cycle is. Like product iteration is such a challenge, and I think, you know, I was discussing the other day, why is it that you know, a SpaceX can IPO, it was 75 billion, and the valuation it did, and what was it, maybe founded in the early 2000s. There are still companies, biotech companies from the early 2000s that are maybe in late stage clinical development. Maybe they've gone through a couple of products, some failed, but they're still there. There may be a couple of million, like a couple of 100 million. And that's because the biology is so challenging and so heterogeneous and so marauding. It's not, the precision of physics would be very nice to have. I wish we could have that. Maybe that's the promise of AI, is actually delivering something on where we can narrow down those confidence intervals into a place where, you know, we can all invest in more confidence, and like billions of dollars don't go to waste on failed R&D products. That would be the place to end.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much, Oliver, who'll be handing out stock tips around the corner and reviewing people's portfolios if you want some assistance. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was great. That was massively interesting. As someone with a biochemistry background, I very selfishly really enjoyed that. We are going to be changing gears quite a bit now and jumping from stocks into bio-agentic fleets. But I think there is still a common thread there of, you know, Oliver was talking about tooling and stacks and how much you can get your agent to do and what your agent is capable of given the data that you feed it. And so Elliot from the bio team will be jumping up here to talk to you about how they are thinking about running an agentic fleet and how they are thinking of sort of dealing with a lot of the issues that you might see and the workarounds and solutions that they're coming up with. Give me a second, I just okay, but just don't walk around too much. Here.
So this is the limit. Hi. Okay. Hi. This is it. Goes like this. All right. Cool. Hi, everyone. So at Bio, we care a lot about the vitality of our ecosystem. We spend a lot of time working with the teams and the projects to understand how they can build profoundly good and sustainable projects. And we do this in a way that we are constantly engaging them to build out their understanding of what they need to do to be good projects. But we've noticed that even after having successful launches, they are still going through the same problems. It's extremely difficult for them to manage decentralized teams, to keep up with the milestones, to keep up with their community, engage them with governance, with discussions, and to have to keep the degens and the flippers at bay. Whereas actually what they should be doing is focus on the research. So Over the last half a year, we've been experimenting with some primitives that have completely changed the way we work internally at Bio. And we believe that this, pushed to our community, to the ecosystem, to the builders, to the founders, and to the projects, will also completely change the way they administer their projects. And ultimately, this will bring autonomy and accountability to the entire DeSci space. I'm talking about agents, obviously. But it all starts with a story. About half a year ago, do you guys remember OpenClaw moment? Who has an OpenClaw? Or an agent of any sort? So, Paul calls me up. He says, Elliot, look at this. We absolutely need to get on this. What's going on? So basically, the first thing we do is we start testing internally. We went all in. We bought Mac Minis. We set up so many OpenClaws. It was messy, it was a cacophony, but we had firsthand experience. We gave it access to our GitHub, to our Slack, to our Discord, to our Notions, and progressively, we realized this was completely changing the way we were working. At some point, we were just free-flowing in meetings. We were coming in, talking, having a good time, and the agents were reading the transcripts, updating the state of our Linea tickets, and pushing in the morning the things that we have to pay attention to during the day. At that moment, we knew that we were onto something, and that we needed to accelerate and push it as fast as we could to our entire ecosystem. This is our thesis. Agents are the next operating system. So, you guys know, Bio is into the business of accelerating. How do you accelerate? You increase push, or you decelerate friction. Obviously, we love to choose, so we do both. And agents allow this, right? So, to start, we had to build a thesis of how these agents were going to help the projects, the DeSci projects, the DAOs, the IPTs, in their everyday life. So we formed this thesis that these agents are basically PMs on God mode that never sleep. What do? They ship transparency reports. So that means, what has the project been working on? Has it been delivering on its milestones, right? It also engages the community with discussions. What do you guys think about this? Should we be working on this other subject, right? It keeps the community engaged, and it allows for the project admins, the researchers, to focus on what they should actually be doing, which is the science, which is being creative. That's what we're good at. We're good at having ideas. We're not necessarily good at holding them and making sure that, the process goes on. So at that point, we knew we needed to do that. So what did we do? Well, first of all, we looked at what was available out there. At that point, and that's like 5-6 months ago, it wasn't that easy to deploy an OpenClaw or any type of harness. So we built a launcher, something that was enabling us to deploy agents at scale, easily provisioned with all the API keys, all the access, and the skills, right? But the thing is, at that point, it started becoming extremely difficult for us to make sense of it. We had more than 10 different projects with 10 different agents, all of them actually, all the project admins asking us, how do I do this, how do we do that? And actually, it was messy. And also, we weren't seeing the unlocks that we were imagining, because it's not an ecosystem if they're not connected. We needed to connect the dots, and we needed to be able to find kind of like that special sauce, that emergent property that is coming from the interconnectedness of intelligence. Here comes Gaia. Gaia started off as an internal AI that was helping us move forward. It was actually just doing more of the admin, and it was helping us making sense of all the things that are going on in our community. But then we realized there's an opportunity there. So we supercharged Gaia, and we built a platform around it. So Gaia now is connected to all our agents, and it's connected also to all the platforms where the the projects are working. That means that Gaia has a profound and complete overview of the state of the ecosystem at any time. The thing is, Gaia is also opinionated. It has absorbed Bio's mission. So Gaia is, to some extent, the purest form of Bio. It doesn't have an agenda beyond the mission that we gave it. All right? It's no bags, no principal agent issue. It is at the service of the protocol, selfless. These are the dimensions that it's been baked in, that have been baked in. Delivery, that means that every project that launches on the launchpad has milestones. Ah, shit. Excuse me. Every project that launches on the launchpad have milestones. When you invest in a project with Bio, you buy into a plan, a milestone, a few milestones. Gaia pulls this and makes sure that the project is delivering on its milestones. And if it doesn't, it asks questions. Why? Transparency, momentum, stewardship, legitimacy, impact, all these dimensions are key to understanding the health of the project. This is not just internal. Eventually, all this is going to be public for the community to be able to consume this information and understand where the project is heading. This is lowering the information asymmetry. Guided with these principles and these dimensions, in the back end, it keeps a massive board basically tracking the state of everything that is going on in each of these projects. Meaning, some key person in a project states on X that they will do something. Gaia tracks this. Ah, very good, you said that. So it creates a task there. And then it just follows up. So basically nothing falls off, which is what used to be very difficult to make sense of, because these are decentralized organizations with kind of tentacular ways of working, but also like semi-obscure. Now all this is actually being tracked. And this is bringing accountability and transparency to the field like we've never seen before. So, yes, big point. Now that it has this base understanding, and that it has these guiding principles, and because Gaia is imbued with the values, Bio's values, it does more than just observe. It starts to act. So how does it act? It becomes an active community member. It starts pinging the admins in Discord. It proposes governance proposals, and it advocates. And ultimately, which is not the case right now, but it will vote. It will vote on the behalf of Bio and the token holders. The reason why I'm extremely excited about this is currently, when you are investing in a DeSci project, what you're doing actually, you're buying governance tokens. And these used to be just like a way to have exposure to the field that this project is actually investing its energy in. But these governance tokens have value. You should be able to guide the development of those projects. That is the reason why this is the concept of DeSci. We want people to be invested, to be involved, to share their understanding, and to help steward the project. With this new primitive, with Gaia helping and making sure that governance proposal get pushed, and with the agent, the project's agent, pushing that as well, we have a much more fluid and continuous governance system where your tokens now help to guide the project. So, yeah, we build the tools. We have never been so bullish on what we're doing. We've built, in the last half year, we've built so much. Open labs, the reporting. We've identified our entire system. We've done everything in order to make the system fluid, and to enable you to come and build on our stack. So it's time to create. It's time to dream. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions?
Give me a second, I'm coming over.
Firstly, thanks for your talk, Elliot. And my question was, what sort of existing pain points would you say are currently present in deploying the agentic fleet that you've described?
Thanks for the question. Pain points, there aren't that many pain points in deploying the agents because now the stack is very mature and every one of the harnesses, like the community behind those harnesses is very vibrant, so the tooling is getting very good. I think the challenge is mostly in the adoption because these agents are just as good as the way we use them. One side story, the reason why we actually had like very strong adoption within Bio is that our CPO, who now is in father leave, he's actually the PM on God mode. And he could basically embody, like he configured the agent to espouse what he was doing. And hence, we got great output. But we saw that within other projects, it was more difficult for them to understand how they could do things differently. So it's more about like a mindset shift, a paradigm evolution, and that's what takes the most time.
Cool, I can see one more question.
Hello. How are you thinking about, like, on that point about adoption, when it comes to having an agent in a particular project, how are you thinking about like leadership within that project of sort of championing that agent? Is that something that you're sort of delegating specific roles to or even providing like a person for? Or is that more natural from the organization itself?
Thanks for the question. Well, like the thing is, this AI evolution has triggered, I think, the phase of custom solutions. So it's not one size fit all. I think agents have the ability to guide and steward these projects from end to end. Essentially, like the reason why the talk is called the org that runs itself is that I don't believe that humans fundamentally like and excel at running organizations. I think we're great at having ideas, at having conversations, at getting goofy, at thinking non-linearly, and I think that's where we should actually focus our energy. So then it's a question of like, what's leadership? Is leadership the entity that delegates a task to you? Or is leadership, having the great ideas, which generate the ideas that which generates the tasks, that then at some point get delegated to you, right?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do one more question, but also just so everyone knows, Elliot is hosting a workshop in the workshop space at 11:40, so in a matter of minutes. So if you do have more questions, you can also go to the workshop space and chat to him directly. But we'll do one more question now.
Thank you. So my question is, it sounds like this was quite a revolution in your company. Has this changed the composition of your teams? Have people left? Have new people joined because of this?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, it has totally changed the way we do everything. It hasn't, headcount does change. It goes up, goes down, but that's independent of this. I think it's more about, so what has changed is what we do ask everyone on board is to adopt and to get down with it. But we have to get into the trenches so that we have this firsthand experience. Like this is absolutely the future. A flavor of this. This is not the end state. Nothing's in end state. But we do ask everyone to adopt the technology, understand how it can be leveraged, and yeah. But I think actually, it has shifted the roles. Like some people, right? Before, a lot of people were like focusing on the process. And now those people are being freed up of having to do all that boring stuff because some people are okay at it. Some people are very good at doing process, but they don't necessarily like it, right? It takes a mind to be able to do that, but they can also think creatively. So now these people actually are freed up and they can start creating and thinking, at different horizons, at different scales. And for those people, we have seen that it has had like a very positive effect on their output professionally, but also emotionally. As people, they became happier.
Cool. Okay, I'm going to wrap that up for now. Thank you so much, Elliot. And yeah, like I said, Elliot will be hosting a workshop, so you can go chat to him directly. And sorry. Thank you, Elliot. Okay, so on that note, a little bit of housekeeping is we are going to start off the workshops. We had kept them closed just while we had started off the day, but now we will split into sort of two venues. The workshops, now stick with me, so they are a little bit funny to find. There is a door over there. You go up 2 flights of stairs, you pass the building site, please ignore the building site, and you're going to go into a little apartment, and we've set up a beautiful workshop space there for you. We'll have workshops both days. We are now going to break for coffee. There is coffee, there are snacks from West Berlin. We've managed to move the coffee and snacks over there. But please come back promptly. I think we're starting talks again at 11:50. Could someone give me a time check of what it is right now? 11:30. So you got 20 minutes. I'll see you guys back in 20 minutes. Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. So we're going to be starting on 1 or 2 minutes. We will have someone named Jeev presenting. He was going to be here with us in person, but unfortunately couldn't make it. So we're going to do an online call. There he is. So yeah, we'll be doing that in about 1 minute. Then we'll have 3 more talks. So Jeev, Johannes, and then Kevin. And then we'll have an hour-long break for lunch. Our lunch bowls have just arrived. We've got some hummusy stuff, some chicken, so you guys can look forward to that. Very healthy, of course, because we are all longevity fans and pros and all of that. Cool. Okay, everyone. So yes, we will be having Jeev join us online. I'm particularly excited for this talk because obviously we do a lot of talking about agentic science and a lot of sort of dry lab, data-heavy agent science, and that, of course, is very good and well. But as someone, I studied biochemistry, I've worked in a lab before, and truthfully, you never really know what's going to happen until you start testing it in a wet lab, and things will take you by surprise. And so doing computer modeling is really, really helpful, but it's just not quite enough. And so what we're trying to build at the moment is this pipeline from this agentic layer and doing this sort of online science and actually getting it into a lab and testing pretty critical milestones. And Jeev is here to talk to you about it.
Hey guys, I hope you can hear me. And yep, can I get a thumbs up maybe? Just to check that you can hear me. Okay, awesome, cool. So I'll get started. So just some information about me. So I currently head BIOS, and prior to joining BIO, I was the head of robotics at one of India's top robotics labs, and we developed LAMPy and a few wearables over there. I did my PhD in Hong Kong, and in Hong Kong, I had the opportunity to set up a foundation model team. And this team consisted of folks from Alibaba Quen and Unimax. So, what we focused on was building a foundation model that runs on this robot that you see on the screen. So, we called it LAMPy, and it's essentially a robot that cannot speak, but it has to emote like an animal. So the reason I bring this up is because I'm transferring those learnings into BIOS. Um, in my PhD was in biomedical engineering, so I'm bringing all this expertise of robotics and foundation models into BIOS, focusing on building the wet labs of the future. So through this presentation, you will see what we're doing right now at Bio and what we have in store for the months to come. So one of the initial statements that I would like to make is both coding and mathematics, the verification is very fast. So that's the reason you see models like Fable be extremely good at coding and math. But in biology, the verification is in the real world. You need to run tests, you have to run an assay, and you have to wait for weeks, sometimes much, much longer. So our goal with the wet lab of a future is, if we bring robots into the lab, how fast can we theoretically go? So here, what you see in front of your screen is an example of cell culture, one of the most common things done in a wet lab. And it usually takes 3 to 4 weeks, all these processes. And one of the most time consuming aspects, as you can see, is watching these cells grow and the recover phase. It can take as long as 24 to 48 hours. Automating this could cut down the time by half. So this remains unchanged because that we need to observe what the cells are, how they are changing, but the rest we can accelerate time and save a lot of time. So that is what we are aiming essentially to do. So at Bio, currently we are focusing on drug discovery, specifically binder design. And we have something live right now on BIOS that lets you take a target of interest, a receptor of interest, and we have an entire workflow end to end within BIOS that lets you discover binders for this receptor. So I'll just quickly show you how that would look like. So you go into BIOS, you query, let's say GLP-1R, you can see the entire sequence from AlphaFold DB and UniProt, and we have a whole stack of techniques to annotate it. And once you have the binding sites, we have a set of models that start generating the candidates. So if I go, so here is one candidate which is sort of like a binder design. So we have models running on the GPU that are running live right now, generating a binding candidate for GLP-1R. It's essentially, you can think of it as it's creating a drug uh, in real time on the GPU. Obviously, you have to validate this, so that's why the wet lab and robotics angle comes into play. So right now we have all the state-of-the-art models on BIOS, which are BoltzGen, RF Diffusion 3, Protein X Design from ByteDance, Minecraft, and Genie 3. So just to give you some perspective, the last model that you see, Genie 3, was just launched like 2 to 3 weeks ago. So at BIOS, we make sure that the state of the art and latest models are always available and readily accessible through BIOS. So that is one of our unique aspects that we offer within BIOS that we are super proud of, that we ship extremely fast and we have the latest and greatest on BIOS. So the whole aspect that I spoke to you, so my colleague Johannes will be going in depth in the next presentation about this, but it's in silico design. So we computationally use GPUs to generate binders for a target of interest. So it could be a well-known target like GLP-1R, or it could be not so well-studied receptors like KIS1R receptor. We have a whole scoring mechanism which is chemistry based, physics based, and structural integrity based. What I mean by that is we do molecular dynamic simulations to identify if the generated binder actually docks to our receptor of our target receptor. So it's an extremely, we scrutinize these generated candidates, right? We get 1,000 candidates in a span of an hour or two. And I think something that should be very seriously considered is we can generate 1,000 candidates for $30. So imagine generating the future medicine for like $30. It's sort of not possible any time in history. So we are at a very unique point in time of history where we're going to see personalized medicine happen, and robots come in and truly accelerate this. So at BIOS, we want to be the place where people come. It can be both seasoned biologists, but also just biohackers who are interested in experimenting. They can come on BIOS. They can give their blood test report and generate personalized binders. So that is what we want to enable. Like I mentioned, if you are generating about 120 verified and vetted designs, it can cost like $10, and it can be done in an hour. So coming to the next, some exciting features within BIOS is we have computer vision in BIOS. So what this means is, let's say you're a bio lab, a wet lab that's trying to study mice. Uh, if you give alcohol to mice, and if they don't give alcohol to mice, how do they react? So if you look in the middle, these mice are given, they're old mice with alcohol, and they barely move. They just want to sleep. But young mice in alcohol move a little, and they developed a new drug called as new limit, and with that, even if you consume alcohol, you can still be mobile. So but to track this behavior, right, you need systems that can annotate it, segment it, and in real time process it in a GPU. So that is what we enable in BIOS. A biologist can come, put in their data, put in their video. They can select multiple targets and essentially track it. Another example is, here there is a immune cell chasing a bacteria. So today it is possible to live track any kind of bio footage within BIOS. What this essentially, so the first part that I showed you, the in silico design, and now the computer vision, this all culminates into the hardware aspect. So at the end of the day, a predicted binder is still just a hypothesis. So that's why we are currently putting efforts to build hardware. So bringing my expertise from having built robots in the past, several robots, we are bringing it into bio, and super excited about it. So I'm happy to introduce Robios. Robios is a one of its kind autonomous lab in a box. So it's one arm. It can do many experiments. Essentially, the goal with Robios is it can synthesize these peptides. So we generate binder candidates, and then Robios essentially allows us to generate synthesize these peptides. So the first thing is a robot in a box, and the next one is something that can validate this. So if we have to run assays, and we have to watch if the binder is actually binding to a receptor on a cellular level, and if we have to do cell culture, we have to test these peptides and how they are functioning. We essentially need these two kinds of robots. So that is what we are working on. What you see right now is a simulation. So what I want to get into your head is that in robotics, you guys might be aware of the concept of reinforcement learning. So what this means is, this robotic hand, we train it in a simulation on how to deal with pipettes, beakers, well plates, and then we essentially, it learns how to interface with these medical tools in the simulation, and then when we bring it to the real world, it sort of transfers the learning from simulation to the real world, because the robot still thinks it's in the simulation. It's not aware that it's in the real world. So it goes through millions of iterations through reinforcement learning in the simulation, and then it brings all those learnings into the real world. So that we are at a unique position where at BIOS we are doing foundation models, we are doing robotics, we're doing reinforcement learning and computational biology. We are essentially highly deep tech at this point of time, and we want to be one of the key players when it comes to enabling seasoned biologists and normal folks to make real discoveries, real scientific discoveries, all within BIOS. And essentially what this enables is, we design in silico on the computer, we synthesize it using robios, like you've seen, our autonomous lab in a box. We test it in assay, as you've seen with the robotic arm. And finally, we take the learnings. We look at which binder candidates passed and which failed. And the ones that passed with, let's say, 90% affinity, we take it back into the design. We feed back it to the system so that in the next run, we regenerate new binders that are more like the most successful candidate. So we get even better candidates. So essentially, there's a feedback loop, the first of its kind, where in each cycle we get a better and stronger binder, and we get a better and stronger candidate. And yeah, our whole point is we believe that in the future, just like how everyone has a 3D printer in their home, they're gonna have a peptide synthesis machine in their home. So that is the future we look at, and that are the machines that we will build today. Thank you, and I hope you guys like the presentation. Yep.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jeev. Do we have any questions? We've got one question here.
Hi, Jeev. Max here from Sova Health. Thank you for the lovely talk that you gave. I wanted to ask, how are you guys different from what Ginkgo Bioworks were doing 10, 12 years ago?
Yep. So Ginkgo does, I think, so you mentioned 10, 12 years ago, right? So that time frame itself, a lot of things change. So Ginkgo currently, what they do is they outsource their robotic arm to a Chinese-based manufacturer. So one of the unique things that we do is, if you look at this robot right over here that I had built in my previous venture as head of robotics, we built it from scratch from the ground up. So essentially, what that allows is a level of control and a level of self-sufficiency with in-house. So we are able to. Ginkgo sells their robots for 120K, $120,000. Our robots are priced at $10 to $15,000. So we are a 10x cheaper robot, but achieving similar accuracy. So that is what developing robots in-house enables. So one of the things that I've learned, so I've previously worked at India's number one robotics company as well. One of the things we've learned is how to build robots frugally. And another huge advantage is, like you had mentioned, right, 12 years is a long time. So we ensure that a model that is just 3 weeks old and state of the art is in our computational pipeline. So we have an edge in our computational engine, which is our USP built from the ground up, and we have an edge in our robotic side through the cost. So this is how we truly set ourselves apart from Ginkgo.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We only have time for one question. Thank you so much, Jeev. Have a lovely rest of your day. We miss you here.
Thank you. Have a nice time, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay, cool. Next up, oh, sorry, let's clap. Next up, we have Johannes speaking. So Johannes will do sort of a follow-on talk from Jeev, and so it's all, you can view it as one long talk if you really want to. Yep. Here we are.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of reinforcement learning with the audience, since I have some similar concepts, but yeah. Yeah, hi, I'm Johannes Weniger. I'm in DeSci since 5 years. And 1 year I had the honor to work with Vincent on Prime Intellect. Basically launched it 2024 here in Berlin, and it's now one of the leading open source AI labs. It was an incredibly good time that taught me a lot. So if you hear this, Vincent, thank you very much. And it also, yeah, basically I want to keep working in AI. And then I flew earlier this year, I flew to Bangalore, to India, and basically hired Jeev. Yeah. So imagine personalized medicine. You upload your DNA or samples, and you are able to create a personalized medicine that is specific to you, because one medicine doesn't fit for everyone, so it's personalized to your body. That's the future we believe we're heading to. Yeah, 2.6 billion in 10 years to discover one drug, or designing a drug candidate for a prompt, $7 of compute, and build it in the lab. So what I find super interesting, if you look at the history of humanity, we didn't understand biology at all. Only the last 200 years we started slowly to understand what is going on in nature and these processes in the body. And 50 years ago, or 70 years ago with the double helix, it was possible, the first time it was possible to photograph the DNA under a microscope and to see it. Then 2021, Human Genome Public Data Set. 2020, Nobel Prize for AlphaFold, one of the hardest problems in AI to crack. Basically predicting the structure of a protein with AI. And 2026, we designed 1,000 candidates within 2 hours and $35 of GPU compute. So if you just visualize how we're accelerating in a short amount of time, you can imagine where we are in 10 years or 15 years. Yeah, so BIOS is live, the new landing page. I will go into that a bit later. Managed to finish the landing page at the cost of the presentation. Just kidding. So yeah, I want to pick up the binder design pipeline again. So basically, you can say, hey, we do a smoke test, we just generate 10 binders, or you say, hey, let the AIs, not the AI, important, the AIs generate 100 binders or 1,000 binders, and then you triage within this pipeline, and it gives you the best that are most likely to bind in the wet lab. We score on IP-SAE, which is the metric that has provenly shown wet lab success. Let me actually pull up the website here, because it's just... So this is how you can visualize this pipeline. So you have 3 architecturally distinct models that generate these binders. And interestingly, the architecture of these models, for example, RF diffusion, comes from image generators. You can imagine like a Polaroid. You take a Polaroid and it becomes sharper and sharper. That's the technique behind diffusion models. And they basically took image generators and then applied them to proteins. And then we have Bolz, Gen, and PX design. And then 6 gates, filters, Jeff also already mentioned these, that triage these very quickly, and only the best candidates stick. You can come to the website and interact with these. Here again the pipeline, IP-SAE gate, the primary interface gate, and the result will be a ranked shortlist of candidates. Let's kick off a live demo actually, within BIOS. Go here, we pick a target analysis. We give it a binder, for example, KISS1R. Where is it? Here. And we kick off the pipeline. So it will now use AlphaFold to give us the protein structure. You can interact with it here in the UI. And it gives you a lot of metrics that help you. And then it predicts basically binding sites. Here the context is from the literature. This is already proof, this is data from the wet lab. So experiments from the wet lab is contacts, but it also gives you many more possible binding sites. So here you see 3 candidates, it's like 12 time, cost you about $2, and basically generates you 94 binders. Let's do it. So now we hand these to our self-hosted models, to these models, PX Design, Boltz-Gen, and RF Diffusion. They generate the binders, and Boltz2 is scoring them. Once this is done, you will have the short list of candidates, and you can see them here, and also including metrics and their structure. And you can then hand them to the wet lab. For example, yeah, adaptive. So we also build more tools that are very helpful. Jeev already demoed these, for example, the Segment Anything or Track Video. These are all powered by GPUs in the cloud. And we want to abstract away the complexity of using GPUs. It's a very similar principle, also what works super well for prime intellect, abstracting away the complexity dealing with GPUs. We also have a literature agent. You can hand it a query. It will do a lot of literature research, and it will give you key insights. And so basically, we tested it on BixBench. This benchmark is a bit saturated by now, but back then it scored very well on the Bix benchmark. And importantly, ahead of the frontier models, because it has its own world state, and it updates its hypothesis. So you can still do stuff. The thing is, so why we believe that robotics is the final frontier is that AI changes so fast. Like new models get released almost weekly. Just 2 days ago, GML2 got released, almost as good as Fable, scoring above Opus 4.7. So we think the final frontier is robotics. Yeah, here are some photos from Bengaluru. And I find this one is Caitlin. She's also sitting here in the audience, visiting the lab and basically grilling Jeev on biology questions. And this one, I really like this photo of Jeev because it shows the builder energy. Like he's standing in front of a construction site with his laptop. And this is Lumpy that he demoed before. Yeah, we already seen the CAD files. Yeah, so some of you might be familiar with Kapasi's auto-research. Auto-research basically means that the agent writes and updates its own experiment plan. But for auto-research, you need one thing. You need one metric that is the anchor point. You need one deterministic metric, and we hope that we will close the loop with the robotics lab and the iterative loop. Design, synthesize, validate, learn, repeat. Yeah, another announcement. How do you keep track of all of these scientific tools? We asked this ourselves, and so we built, Martin, our head of engineering, built Open Science Index. It's live under index.bio.xyz. It's an aggregator of aggregators, accumulating all scientific tools that are emerging and giving you a very pleasant UI to filter for those. Also, it's already optimized for agents. An agent can go there. Imagine you prompt your agent at a problem, and it goes there, and it can filter and search tools it can use to get the job done. Yeah, very cool project, Open Science Index. Please, if you want to get in touch with us regarding anything, go to ai.bio.xyz and use the contact form. We will read all of these and get back to you. Also, you can follow updates under BioAI Devs on X or contact me directly. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Johannes. I always like it because they're really putting the decentralized and decentralized science with Jeev over there in India and Johannes here coding it out. Michael, you can always just find Johannes at the rave and pin him to the... Cool. So we've got one more talk before the lunch break. This sort of session has really been looking at the tooling and the tech. that's being built around decentralized science. And as an employee of Molecule, we would be remiss not to mention Molecule Labs, which is our product that we're building to sort of manage scientific data within the ecosystem and figure out sort of this comprehensive tool that allows a scientist to go from idea to commercialization, and how people might collaborate and what that looks like, while also keeping the best principles and features of blockchain technology, such as the security and the verifiability and trackability. So yeah, we're going to have our Chief Product Officer, Kevin, join us on stage to tell you more about Molecule Labs.
Hi guys, can I get this up slightly? Okay, cool. Welcome. I have the honor to be the last talk before the lunch break, so I'll try to make it interesting, exciting, so you don't get bored and then you can eat after. But yeah, first before I get started, Kevin, CPO at Molecule. Yeah, this is actually our home, our living room. I should go here. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. But before I get started, I want to say that, yeah, it's an honor to be presenting here. But at the same time, I'm also a bit disappointed at the moment. The reason is this is still a crypto conference, and I haven't had a single GM. So GM guys, welcome to the DeSci conference. Happy to have you here. Cool. The title is basically Making Science Liquid. I think the problem here, or not the problem, is that basically, science or scientific IP is one of the most valuable assets that exists to a degree, but the market infrastructure for it is a bit broken. I think I will go a bit deeper into what I actually mean with this, if the thing is working, sort of. No? Okay. Can I swipe? Technical difficulties. Yes, it is off. Thank you. All right. And now we go. Yes, technical difficulties as always. I want to give you a bit of an insight into why we do what we do at Molecule. I think I will start off with the problem space. So I think everyone has problems. Same goes for science. Where I'm coming from is that actually the engine is a bit staling, right? Science is staling, intellectual property, or at least the things that it runs on are a bit like, let's say, 19th century, right? I think we talked about this earlier. Paul was mentioning during this talk as well. You have Ehrum's law. It gets more costly over time. Actually, if you look at the figures as well, R&D spend actually increased 18 times since 1960. You do see that the number of publicated papers actually goes up, but the decline in disruptive paper output actually goes down, right? So it boils down to these outcome versus output discussion, and I think AI is just going to make things a bit worse. And then I think, Oliver, you were also mentioning this early on in the talk, is that the R&D spend is insane, right? It's like 2.4 trillion at the moment. All of this was published in Nature, so it's not just me making up figures. So we're actually not running out of ideas. We're running out of ways how to move them efficiently through the market. Just to go a bit deeper into this, and I think I turned it off again. No. Oh, I'm switching there. Interesting. Okay. I'm not switching on the... Okay, whatever. Then we use this one. So what you see here is actually a breakdown of this, right? So I think intangible assets is actually a $61 trillion opportunity. And science is actually 1/3 of this, right? So 21 trillion. And I think this is just goes to show like how much in theory value there is, right? And I think also BlackRock was mentioning this. Everything is going to get tokenized at some point. Everything is going to be able to more or less run on blockchain rails. And we're here to actually do this for science, right? I think that's core goal. We were talking about tokenization. We're talking about means to fundraise for this. I think the current system here is still a bit bottlenecked to degree, right? It's very gate-capped, so there are a handful of intermediaries that actually are in control. And of course, they have an incentive to actually stay in control, right? They're not really interested in actually changing things much because they're actually profiting from it. It's still very much analog. This is what I mean when you say 19th century rails. So it's paper contracts, legal contracts, off-chain, somewhere stored in person. And you can just think about this, how it actually can slow things down in a way where I think just having things, let's say, online, on-chain, Just makes it much easier to actually trace things over time, understand what is happening over time, and then just be able to, have it end-to-end to a degree. It's very illiquid to a degree as well. So even if you have a patent and you have it within your portfolio, you're not really able to leverage its full potential. What I mean with this is, to give you a concrete example, think about a way where you have something very valuable, you're able to port this on-chain, so existing IP, for example, and then actually being able to price things, and then, for example, being able to use, let's say, all of crypto, DeFi in particular, and use this as a loan, or use it as collateral for a loan, right, to be able to get more liquidity out. So I think there's a really interesting technology with this that can be leveraged, and we're trying to basically bridge that gap for science. Nice. Just to be a bit precise on the audience, or let's say the ask for this, it's always two sides, right? You will have the supply side, which is, of course, the researchers, the labs, the actual people doing the magic. Now we also have agents on the very right-hand side. And then, of course, you have the other side, so the money, the Olivers of the world, which is the capital allocators, people actually being able to fund this. We tried this in a, let's say, more crowd-sourced way, so basically being able to, let's say, allow DGens or retail users to invest into these things. And then, of course, we also have, let's say, the larger institutions coming in, big pharma institutions that are kind of interested in this to a degree, but are still very hesitant on this. And I think this is something that also, for our side, is just whom are we targeting? It is, of course, both sides, and then just being really precise on this. Of course, what I'm saying and putting on the slides is always just numbers, right? But I actually want to come with some receipts on this. Paul mentioned this during his talk. This is not just numbers that I put on the slide, this is on-chain data. So the beauty of this is, with blockchain, is that everything is some sort of, let's say, it's very transparent and traceable, right? I can go in, I can actually check, I can check the contracts, I can go in, I understand how much money was actually raised for science, what is the current AUM. So we're talking right now for the ecosystem around like roughly 40 million, which of course is not all liquid. We did raise a lot of money through this IP token model. So you see this at the bottom. For research projects in total, just let's say recently through Molecule and also then partly Bio, 6.1 million deployed for the projects, 125 projects launched, more than 30,000 community members, and those are still small numbers against the 21 trillion problem that was outlining earlier, or as of last week, just to give you a bit of comparison, how large this is, 21 Elon Musk's problem. But yeah, anyways, the protocol as it was before, let's say we have a bit of an inflection point, was quite strict in the hierarchy how you use things, right? So we started very early on in the funnel, which was just, we call it proof of invention. Actually, we also have Stefan here, who put in a big chunk of work getting this off the ground. But TLDR, it was just an on-chain registration of an idea. Think about putting things into an envelope, putting a stamp on it, sending it to yourself, and then you basically had some proof from the post office that was able to say, on that given day, I had this, and then I have this as a proof. Nothing crazy, bridges over to on-chain world. We allow people, that was the hypothesis that Paul mentioned, just for people to register ideas at this stage, right? It's just literally a ledger that you write this on. We then went further with the IP NFT. That actually was the first Web3 native way of creating a token, a unique token, if you're not very much into crypto, and basically assign some legal wrapper to it. So think about a token with a PDF wrapper. Very static, but at least some representation of some value onto the blockchain. Further down was the actual fractionalization of things, so being able to, instead of just having one unique piece, have as many as you want, and then inviting people in. Being able to fundraise using these tokens, being able to give this away as a means to contribute, whatever that is, expertise, network. So I think it was just some, let's say, economic layer for the primitive. And then lastly, and this was a big push, actually roughly a year ago when we introduced this, the first version, excuse me, which was Molecule Labs. Because what actually ends up happening is you tokenize all of this science, you raise the money, you give the money to the people to do the science, but then there's a bit of a disconnect, right? Because then you have a token trading and you have a price chart that is actually going up and down, but you don't really have a way to understand what's actually happening with the project underneath, what's the progress, are they hitting milestones, so the due diligence parts, more or less. And our idea was to be able to combine this in a way where there's even an on-chain trace of what's happening with the project, the data that's been committed. So think about it like a GitHub repository, but for science. I think that would be a good analogy. So what did we learn? What worked, what didn't work, what actually changed our minds a bit with this? I kind of already talked about this a bit, but what worked was the IP NFT. There was traction. I think we also got a big shout out, if I don't want to lie here, but I think there was a Forbes article around this. But yeah, anyway, so it got some attention. Of course, it was 2022, right? So, like NFT was the hype. We applied it to IP, and then people were like, amazing, token. But this was not the only thing, right? So we had projects adopt this, tokenize assets, use this to raise money in. We also had the opportunity to really basically establish from the ground up an ecosystem, the BioDo ecosystem. So think about them as communities that basically go towards a certain research vertical and are trying to basically build their own portfolio. We have HairDAO, AthenaDAO, we have VitaDAO in the house that are very much focused on longevity, hair loss, women's health, which much more, Cerebrum DAO. Too many to name, but really interesting. So that worked. And then I think also this was the whole thing about being able to raise capital, but then also being able to understand how much of that capital was actually deployed into the science. And this is one of the biggest friction points and also the critique we basically faced last year. So I'm kind of going into what didn't work already. I have to honestly say crypto is still a blocker for a lot of very serious people coming in. It's not a feature, but it's a bug. A lot of people outside of the space rather see this as automations. And I think that's also what we, as a protocol, as an ecosystem, kind of need to lean in with. We're always led with the technology and expected users to come and build basically beautiful tech castles in the sky. But then at the same time, I think we need to realize that we need to meet the users where they are, and we need to make it or repackage it in a way where it's away from tokens, it's away from, let's say, very complex loops that you need to jump through, and just make a user experience so much easier. So the goal is rather to have it run in the backend, right? To not talk about it too much, to just have it function really well, and then basically allow for an experience that is less, or let's say, yeah, less frictionless. No, more frictionless. Less frictionless, more. All right, anyways. Where I want to go with this is also, we deployed a lot of tokens, a lot of primitives. It was very scattered because, especially as a startup, right? Like you need to place very educated bets. And what ends up happening is like you develop all of these things, but then they don't really fit well together. And it becomes even more friction for people to use this. So what changed our mind was actually, we need to be able to still run on token rails, on blockchain rails, right? We still need to be able to give people means to raise capital through this technology, but we also need to make sure that it's not just the token and the money that sits within, but it's very easy for people to understand what is happening behind the scenes. We actually have a really amazing talk later on from our protocol architect, Phil, who's going to go into the machine. I also have a slide for this, but I don't want to take away his talk. Also, big learning for us, especially I would say since last year, November, was agents are here, cat is out of the box, they're staying. So we also need to be able to give them, I would say, infrastructure that they can work with that is powerful, right? Because I think, going back to the analogy of the end of the internet, if you don't give them good tools or they don't have good context, they're not bringing the value that they can do, right? So I think it's also just the better system you can build also in agentic ways, the more efficient it works. Yeah, and then I think also, again, right, what changed our minds is we want to be taken serious. We don't want to be just the degens. We don't want to just speculate on retail, putting stuff in, and then at the end of the day, you set the mountain, we say the Burj Khalifa. And I think it's that's a scoreboard that we have, right? And I think we need to be able to create assets that actually appreciate and value and bring something back to the people that are supporting this. And I think having actors like Michael Torres in here as well, very credited people that are actually able to exit this as well and show this, I think is what we need to lean in on. And I think it's not just all of the early moonshot ideas, but it's actually being able to, from the idea through the progress to then actually getting to an exit and creating, appreciating assets. Cool. What changed our minds? This is actually where we're coming from now. So we're going a bit, not away from things, right? But the idea is basically to go from products to substrate or to protocol. We want to be verifiable by default. We want still a permissionless system where the creator owns the asset that they do. They can still decide who gets what chunk and how they contribute, but it's not molecule or bio or the ecosystem owning these assets. It's still the creator. And one thing that is really important, as already outlined, it needs to work for humans, but also needs to work for agents. So what does that mean? And this is actually the talk that Phil's going to go a bit deeper in. But the TLDRs, instead of just having one token that is very static, we're going into a protocol that is much more, I would say, dynamic in a sense. We want this. We want this to be reflecting of how science is actually happening. We want people to be incentivized to actually push the data in, right? To be able to learn from each other. With agents, it's easy. You can just tell them, publish negative data. Great, here it is. For humans, it's a bit different, right? It's a lot of results that are not being published. And I think our goal is really to try to, Charlie Munger said this, show me the incentives and I will show you the outcome. And we want to make sure that the incentives between the people actually doing the lab work and extracting capital in while providing data is kind of matched with also the funder side of things, right? Where there's like creating a win-win situation where both parties are kind of working in tandem, and ideally that much quicker and much more capital efficient than before. I'm not going to go into all of these details, but the TLDRs, Phil's going to take you into the machine. Maria's going to do a great job at actually showing you how that looks like. I'm a big fan of, how do you say it? Protocol-led growth through products. So we need to be able to show the capabilities to a degree. Cool. Yeah, I already talked about this. Oh, I'm missing an icon. Okay, whatever. It's programmatic by default. So actually spend a great deal on making sure that our infrastructure is programmatic, so accessible by agents. We have really cool, let's say, agent fleets that is super easy to spin up. We talked about the Mac Minis from Elliot as well, right? Just have that in-house. We want less friction for people to actually interact with this as well, because there's so many steps in between setting up your own agents, getting a Mac Mini, being able to think through token stuff. So I think it's just packaging things up, learning while doing so at the same time, and then also really sharing the learnings from our side as well. How do we work with agents? How does it all plug into the token economy? And then at the end of the day, try to create something meaningful out of this. So we have the agent fleet uptime there. We also have Open Lab that was just mentioned, which used to be beach science as an experiment. But it's more like agent native experimentation running on infrastructure that we have. And then one really cool example, and I think it is happening in a panel, is that we have, and Paul mentioned this in his talk, we have PeptAI. So basically agents trying to create new peptides for, let's say, certain diseases. Ideally, this at the end of the day becomes a place where you can go and you can ask for help for your condition. If the condition exists, amazing, it's going to tell you how you can cure it. If it doesn't exist, it should help you create the cure that you have, whatever that is. So I'm sweating very much right now because I'm on stage, so maybe that is something that I will be looking to. Anyways, cool. Where are we going with this? Closing loop. How am I looking on time? Amazing. I need 5 more minutes, so you guys don't ask any questions. What we really want to create is science as an asset class, finally. It is already an asset class, but we want to improve it, right? It's like the next frontier. We want to have it programmable, English is not my first language, liquid, and also AI native. We want to go from trapped in TTOs. We also had that experience, honestly, speaking with universities, dealing with TTOs, trying to educate them at the same time, trying to get them to actually do the work. Is so hard, and it's a lot of grinding. We want to go from trapped in TTOs to foreign discoverable labs, literally, have the ability for people to see what is out there, have the ability also for people to actually go in, understand what data is there. The lab, or let's say the protocol, works in a way where we have full, Phil, you let me know if I'm going ahead with the talk, but we have full control about who gets to see what. Everything is traced at the same time, and at the same time it's also possible to make it fully encrypted. You can make it fully open, so you can lean into the open science narrative, but you can also just go the more traditional route of actually trying to protect your valuable thing. But you still have means to actually run this on blockchain rails, transact it, move it, have history around this. Yeah, and then also get exposure towards DeFi and just the broader crypto ecosystem. We go away from analog contracts into programmable licenses as well, right? And that's the beauty of blockchain. The code is law. It's readable, also by machines. So it's really nice for us to be able to determine the, let's say, the terms also in code, so people can actually understand what's happening, or let's say it's a bit more automated in a way where you don't need to trust intermediaries. Illiquid IP actually turns liquid, right, through tokens, as always. It's part of the crypto game. And we're going away from human-only science into more agentic science. And I think right now, I'm at a stage where I'm really bullish on agents, and I think it is not going to go away. At the same time, I'm also very skeptical in a way that they're just going to replace us all. So I think it's going to be some sort of hybrid. I don't think humans are going to give up control immediately. It's probably going to be some sort of, I come with an idea, I have, let's say, agent supporting. I think Bezos said this, right? You're a construction worker, and now all of a sudden you get a bulldozer, so you're going to be much quicker in executing your work. But that's how we see things. So AI native, but still with a human in. And then at the end of the day, and I think this is also one of the biggest questions, is how does it actually going to work with, the existing IP system, patents, etc. How does it work when agents create things? Does there still need to be a human in the loop and all of this? So I think it's a lot of hard questions, a lot of nuances that are not make or break, but are really important for us to consider. And then at the end of the day, right, we want to go away from this offline 21 Elon Musk's dark matter into something that is a bit more investable asset class, and that actually allows other people also to get exposure, right? I'm not saying my mother and father, but I mean, there should be means for other investors that want to diversify their portfolio to also invest into these assets. And maybe it could be as simple as just investing into vertical and then having other people basically allocate for you. It's kind of like an index fund. But yeah, this is it. I think, oh no, never mind. I have one more. 4 asks. So I don't know everyone in this audience. I know a lot. But for the supply side, I really want you to reach out to us. We're trying to refine the projects and the product running on top of our protocol. So basically, if you're running science, if you want to run it on chain, if you think that this might be a good model for you to, for example, fundraise for your idea, come talk to us. You can basically identify us by the t-shirts, so you can just have a chat with us. For the capital allocators, let's also chat, because we're super keen on understanding what is important for you to look at when you look at projects. So I know you mentioned this a bit during the panel, but we're trying to basically experiment also with scoring, AI scoring. I don't want to go into Maria's talk, but it would be really valuable to get that feedback and understand what are the metrics or what are the things you're looking at, besides sentiment and all of these things, that would be interesting for you to browse. So some sort of like marketplace to a degree as well. And then, of course, to the builders, and that also goes a bit more into the protocol vision. I think as a blockchain protocol, it is really important that we go away from very centralized development process, because it's not, we can't build it all. Even with agents, we can't. So it is really important to build a very good foundation, like a house, but then allow other people to start contributing to things, right? And Phil did a really amazing work of thinking about it in a modular way, where in theory you have the bare bone, let's say, core of the protocol, but you can extend it, right? You can think about, okay, maybe I need another function. I want to be able to claw back my funds in case projects are not delivering, and then redistribute to another. So these types of things is in the open. So think about it like an app store. But we're really keen to also get more people on board on this. At the moment, it's only molecule and bio-based modules, because we need to guarantee for some security, especially when you deal with tokens and money. But we would be really keen on having external contributors as well. And then last but not least, if you're an institution, actually go speak with Ben. He's the subject matter expert on all of the legal things, coin-to-company model that are coming. So yeah, thank you very much for listening to my TED Talk, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Kevin. I'm very, very biased, but that was my favorite because I got to work on Molecule Labs. In fact, you can go to our website. We've got a product page that kind of covers these details, and there's a book a call button, and you will be booking a call with me. So if you want to contact us, learn more, you can also go that route, or of course chat to a Molecule staff member. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch now. We'll come back here at 2 p.m. I'm realizing that maybe not everyone knows, but there is a cold drinks fridge full of cool drinks and stuff in the back there. So you can go grab a lunch bowl. We also, I think, are a couple more people than we expected. So if we run out of lunch bowls, we have more on the way. So don't panic. But we've got cold drinks, lunch, and we'll be back here at 2. And for my online viewers, we'll see you then too. Have a good lunch too. Bye. Oh, sorry, we've got the mic adjusted for our next speaker, Dong Sin, who's marginally shorter than I am. But we're starting off with our second part of our day. We've got a couple of more interesting talks coming along. Next up, we're going to have Dong Sin, who is one of the leaders of a community, a DAO, in our ecosystem, Derma DAO. And then also upstairs in the workshop room, we have an onboarding to DeSci for academic researchers. So if this is your first time hearing about DeSci, or if you come from a scientific background and you want to figure out how to apply blockchain to science and where that might fit in your workflow, that would be a great workshop to attend. But yes, I hope you enjoyed lunch. As I said, cold beverages in the fridge. I hope everyone got a snack. If you didn't, you can chat to me. Trying to think, is there anything else? Is everyone feeling okay? Are the vibes up? I've got a thumbs up, amazing. Thank you to you too. Okay, perfect, guys. Dong Sin. Oh, our speaker is... Oh, she's rallying the troops. Okay, cool. Now it's my stand-up hour. I have to say, last time I did please the crowd with a bunch of charades, but I haven't figured out what my bit's gonna be this year. I feel like a whole new personality comes out of me every time I get a microphone. But I can see Dong Sin, so I don't have to concern you with all of that. Okay, cool. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everyone, lunch break is over. I invite you to come inside. All right, could you please close the door? So before I talk about skin, science, tokens, all the serious things that would make a DeSci audience nod thoughtfully, I want to start with the most advanced technology available here in this room, your breath. Because skin health isn't only about what we put on the body. It's also about what the body is carrying on the inside. So, a very short, very low commitment meditation, I promise. After a full belly break, post-lunch break, nobody needs to levitate, nobody needs to reach enlightenment. Your badge can stay on. So, if that feels comfortable, I invite you to slightly close your eyes or gaze on the floor in front of you right now. Anchor your feet to the floor, solid. Shoulders down, relax your jaw. And now, inhale slowly through the nose. And exhale through the mouth. Great. Once more. Inhale like you've just received a generous research grant. Let's go. Yeah. And let's exhale like you've just read the terms and conditions. All right. Great. And 3 more deep breaths at your own time and pace. Deep breath in. And out. Deep breath in. And out. Deep breath in, last one, let's go. And deep breath out. Now with your eyes still closed or still chill, now notice your skin for just a little bit. Your face, your hands, the tip of your nose, the tip of your fingers. Every place where you end and the world around you begins. That boundary, your skin, is doing extraordinary work every second of your life. It protects, it reacts, it remembers. It blushes when you're seen and burns when you're stressed. And for people with chronic skin conditions, this feels like it's permanently set to emergency notifications. One breath is not a treatment, but it points to something very true. When life gets loud, skin hears it. Now you can slowly blink your eyes open if it's not done already and come back to planet Earth. Well, come back to DeSci Berlin, everyone. So, skin health is not superficial. It's the way you sleep, the way you dress, the way you feel when someone looks at you a second too long, because one flare-up can rewrite an entire day. Skin deserves more than trend cycles and miracle claims. It deserves care that listens, science that moves, and a community that knows what it feels like to live inside a sensitive body. So now that we are slightly more regulated, one rigorous scientific question for you all. In this room, who has skin? Please raise your hand. Skin. Who has skin? Who has skin? Hi. Incredible. 100% response rate and peer review pending. So congratulations. Everyone, every single one of you here already has skin in the game. And that is exactly where DermaDAO begins. Not with a token, not with a white paper, with skin. So my way into this was not academic. It was highly, highly, highly personal. I lived with severe eczema and sensitive skin my whole life. I know the 3M version of it. Lying awake, trying not to scratch, negotiating with my own body. I also know the quiet calculations behind it. Which fabric, which weather, which week or day is gonna set it off for me. And I know the shelf. Yep. Years of products that promised everything but hopeful every single time. And we've all been there. You buy the product, it promises to change your life, your whole entire life, and your skin immediately files a formal complaint. Skin doesn't read marketing copy because skin is the most honest reviewer you will ever meet. So, before DermaDAO was a DeSci project, before any token model, it was a physical need. I didn't start with a DAO. I started with skin that needed help and a market that kept selling me hope instead. That's why the physical products matter so much. And we have a booth here today, maybe you saw, because DermaDAO is not meant to live in a Discord channel or a governance forum. It has to begin somewhere you can actually touch, that you can actually grasp. So the products at that booth aren't side merch. They're the first chapter of the DermaDAO story. So now before I go deeper into DermaDAO as a research ecosystem, I want to make this more tangible. This project doesn't begin in theory. It begins with something you can hold in your hands. Moondrops is the renewal serum, formulated with the award-winning combo of vitamin C, vitamin E, and ferulic acid. Sundrops, it's this little twin here, very cute, is the mineral serum, and it is basically a very soothing and protective serum that is formulated with zinc oxide. And together, they work around the clock to renew and protect your skin day and night. These products, they are the first layer of DermaDAO. Before tokens, research funding, IP, there has to be trust. And in skin health, trust starts in the fingertips. How does it feel What's the texture like? Does it sting? So please come to our booth after this. Try them, feel the textures, interrogate us about the ingredients. Tell us what your skin actually needs. Because the products aren't separate from DermaDAO. They're the opening move of its feedback loop. And behind these bottles, behind this beautiful booth, behind this whole project, there are people building from lived experience, product craft, and scientific curiosity. DermaDAO is not being built by anonymous accounts shouting community behind a Telegram avatar. It's being built by people who have lived skin conditions, studied them, treated them, formulated for them. So founders, formulators, dermatologists, researchers, patients, people tired of the gap between consumer skincare and serious science. And nearly everyone here has watched someone they love struggle with their skin. A friend, a family member, a loved one, maybe the person in your own mirror. Skin problems are personal, yet they're never solitary. They reach into households, relationships, sleep, confidence. They're quiet, yet everywhere. Which is why the answer can't be influencers holding jars near good lighting. We need researchers, patients, formulators, builders at the same table. So we're here to build a skin health ecosystem from lived experience outward. In skin health, trust begins physically. You can show the people the most beautiful pitch deck in the world, but if the cream stings, the deck will not save you. And let's be honest, we all read ingredient lists like we understand, but truth is, some labels read like a chemist and a wizard co-wrote them and never resolved their differences. People trust a product when the texture feels right, when the ingredients make sense. Nothing burns and the skin grows calmer and healthier and glowier. And the brand clearly understands the anxiety of putting something new on skin that has been betrayed before. That's why the booth matters today. A DAO can feel abstract. A product makes the mission something you can hold in one hand. And that is the first trust layer of DermaDAO. The skincare market is enormous, saturated, crowded, and incredibly good at selling hope in small, expensive containers. Yet people with chronic skin conditions remain underserved. The industry optimizes for trends, virality, fast claims, shelf appeal. But skin is something slower and more serious. Safety, consistency, honesty, evidence. So most of us have owned a bathroom shelf that looked less like skincare and more like a graveyard of failed experiments. A museum of disappointment where every jar cost real hope and real money. DermaDAO exists because there is a canyon between consumer products and serious dermatology research. Consumer needs better products. Researchers need funding, data, translational pathways, and communities need a way to participate in what gets built instead of buying whatever survives the algorithm. Here is the key idea. The product is not the endpoint. It is the entry point. Products create trust. Trust create communities. Communities reveal stories. Stories reveal unmet needs. Unmet needs become research question, and research question become funded projects. And funded projects become IP, formulations, protocols, and maybe one day, therapies. In traditional skincare, you buy the product, maybe you leave a review or a comment, and you dissolve back into the algorithm. In DermaDAO, the product is the beginning of a relationship. Imagine if every time someone said, ooh, this worked wonders for me, or ooh, this burned, or ooh, I was able to sleep through the night thanks to this magical cream. This knowledge didn't vanish into customer service inbox. Imagine this became research intelligence. DermaDAO turns product users community into the users into community members, research contributors, and eventually stakeholders in the future of skin health. Every conversation at the booth can become a skin story, a research insight, or future collaboration. Skin conditions are genuinely complex, like immune system, microbiome, barrier, genetics, environment, stress, all at once, you name it. So skin is basically a dramatic group chat in between like your immune system, your hormones, whatever you ate last week or yesterday, and nobody ever leaves the chat. Traditional research is slow, siloed, and expensive. And many real patient needs fall into the gap between consumer skincare and pharmaceutical research. Too small for pharma, too serious for the beauty aisle. DeSci offers a different model here. Community-funded research, transparent governance, shared ownership, faster experimentation, and new funding routes for the neglected middle. DermaDAO applies that model to skin. So the products get the people in the door, DeSci gives them a seat at the table. Now, let's talk about skin. Possibly the most honest ticker in crypto. No cute dogs, no frogs, no lasers, just skin. Skin is the future token of DermaDAO, but not another governance token where the main utility is arguing or whatever. The vision is participation in a skin health economy, connecting product, research, community, and value. DermaDAO starts with a mission and a tokenized community. The community helps fund and shape real products and research. As formulation, IP, and commercial activity grow, the value flows back into the ecosystem, and skin is the coordination layer linking the two. And look, most of us have owned here a token whose only utility was to wait for a stranger to buy it later. Well, we want to aim a bit higher than musical chairs because with skin, the ambition is to connect token participation to real world products, research, assets, and ecosystem value. The exact legal and regulatory design has to be built carefully, and it will be, of course, but the intention is clear. Skin should be more than just a simple vote. It should represent meaningful participation in the upside of a real skin health ecosystem. The products make the DAO tangible. Skin makes the community economically aligned. So when we say skin in the game, we mean it literally, scientifically, emotionally, and eventually economically. So the booth today is not a sales table. It's a living prototype of this whole ecosystem. The products, the people, the community, and how one connects to the next. So when you come by, please don't just admire the products from far away and be shy. Please touch the products, feel them, feel the textures, interrogate us. Tell us what your skin has put you through. We're genuinely listening. Because when someone comes to our booth, they're not just trying on products. They're entering a conversation about what the future of skin health should look like. The bigger vision is that DermaDAO becomes a new kind of skin health infrastructure. Not just a brand, not just a research fund, not just a DAO, but a real bridge between the bathroom shelf, the lab bench, and a community that owns a piece of both. Community-led research priorities, token-governed funding, partnership with labs, product testing communities, patient registries, formulation innovations, microbiome peptide research, and new physical products backed by DAO science. We're building a loop here where people with skin conditions don't just consume solutions. They shape them, fund them, and sharing the value they create. And for once, the people who carry the problem also get to carry some of the ownership too. And honestly, if my skin insists on being this dramatic, the least it can do is contribute to science, I guess. So, here's my invitation. If you're a researcher, bring us the questions that deserve funding. If you are a builder, help us design the infrastructure. If you are a partner, a founder, an investor, help us turn skincare into skin science. And if you're a person with skin, which per our earlier landmark study is everyone here, come to the booth. Try moon drops, try sun drops. Ask us questions. Share your skin story. Dermidao starts with something simple. A product you can hold, a texture you can feel, a story you already know because you've lived some of it somehow. But the vision here is much bigger. A community-led engine for the future of skin health. So, come to the booth, put some skin in the game, and help us imagine what dermatology becomes when the people who live with skin conditions finally help build and own the solutions. Let's build the future of skin health together. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dongsun. I really love seeing how passionate you are and connected you are to your mission. Next up, we have Bradley joining us from Foresight Institute. And I want to tell you guys a little fun DeSci Berlin fact while Bradley's coming up, which is that I was going to say slow down. Maybe just do a lap. 4 years ago, so our second ever DeSci Berlin, we actually did in partnership with the Foresight Institute. We were just starting out. I think we were both like trying to collaborate and split the work of event organization. And so, yeah, we hosted at Code Institute, which really is like if you're hitting all the bells of if you know, you know, in DeSci in Berlin, the coding and the AI and the Web3 groups. And it was while we were working at the Gnosis office. So really small community, but we all get on. Without further ado, you might want to take this because I think...
Can I raise it?
Yeah, there we are.
Is that going to work?
Does that work for you? Happy?
Yeah, I think you guys can hear me okay, right?
And you've got the clicker over there. Awesome. Cool.
Cool. This one. Hi, everybody. This is going to be a little hard for me. I tend to like to move around a lot, but I've been told not to wander, and I'm going to have to try to stay close to this and click, and we'll see how well I do. I am very excited to tell you guys about what we're building here in Berlin, starting in April, or like launched very recently. Before I do, though, I kind of want to get a bit of a pulse on the room so I can figure out how to talk about this. How many people here are working in the crypto Web3 space? Okay, like kind of half the room. How many people are researchers that are actively doing research? Okay. Maybe the last question is, how many people here are actively at the moment looking for a grant for their work? That's, okay. Well, then that's good to know. We'll see if that becomes relevant. So first, a little bit about me. I'm Bradley. I am the node manager here in Berlin for the Foresight Institute. I'll say a little bit more about Foresight in a second. My background is I was a web developer, a UX designer for over 10 years now. I studied cognitive science here in Germany. What else to say about me there? Yeah, I've been a builder and operator and event organizer in the frontier tech and science space for like probably at least the last half decade. And a bit more about Foresight. How many people know Foresight already? How many people have been to a Foresight event already? Okay, so then I'll kind of breeze through this. Foresight is a San Francisco-based nonprofit founded in the 80s, originally with a focus on nanotechnology. Our logo there is a nanoscale wheel. Since then, we now cover 5 tracks. So we're a nonprofit. We provide grants, resources, fellowships. We do the Feynman Prize. We host these vision weekends, and we've got 5 tracks now. It's nanotech, which was original, neurotech, biotech, longevity, which could be really interesting here, space technology, and now secure AI. And as you guys can all imagine, secure AI has definitely become a large part of what we're doing. And probably a little fun little piece of lore that's always fun to share is our co-founder, Christine Peterson, at a Foresight event in 1997, coined the term open source. Before that, it was called free software, kind of like free research, and they found at the time that a lot of people didn't want to get into it. Didn't feel good to say, oh yeah, I'm developing free software, because wives and husbands were like, well, how is that going to pay the bills? And so they were at an event. They were trying to figure out how to solve this kind of branding issue for a very important area of research or area of development. And she didn't even come up and just say it. She didn't feel at the time that it was a really good name. She thought it was a good enough name. She whispered it to a colleague. They kind of brought it into the chat, and they were like, well, yeah, let's go with that. And then here we are today. And I think this is a fun little piece of lore, because now when it comes to open source models, open source AI, we're seeing a huge insurgence where most of the world now knows what that means. And now there's this tension between like the centralization that we're seeing with the frontier models and the decentralization that some people, for example, Foresight is really interested in promoting when it comes to like open source and open weight models. So I think that's all going to become much more relevant as I kind of tell you guys about what we're building here in Berlin. But I want to talk a little bit about the problem as I see it. So this is me standing up here as the node manager for Foresight. I'm going to share a little bit about what really matters to me. Some of this reflects how Foresight feels, but I wanted to make this personal and talk about the problem as I see it. So this is a quote from Allison in like a node positioning paper that she wrote recently. And it's a future in which AI accelerates scientific progress without locking in centralized power or risking existential safety. And this is, I think, a big mission behind the way that Foresight's approaching this. Who believes this future is possible? I might keep asking you guys questions to see if you're all like paying attention out there. So we got about like half the room thinks it's possible. One of the people who doesn't think this is possible, would you just like shout out why you don't see this future being possible? Nobody wants to stand up for that? Okay. Well, then I'm going to assume then it is, and I'm going to go through from that place. So for maybe some of those people that are worried about that future or don't think it's possible, you probably all heard about this. It just happened, I think, 3 or 4 days ago. So if you didn't, last week, I think it was June 9th, who's used Fable 5? Wow, okay, great. So Fable 5 came on the market. It's an Anthropic model. It was incredible, but it wouldn't even talk to you about things like biology. It wouldn't even talk to you about things like consciousness. Some of the researchers in my node were just completely stopped from using it. Nonetheless, the people that could get through said it was phenomenal. They said it really changed the way they were going about things. They were already designing new workflows in their research around using Fable 5 and Mythos. But then, I think it was on June 12th, US export order blocked it for everybody. This is something that before that we didn't believe could happen. We didn't think this kind of stuff was possible. We thought, and they gave them 24-hour notice. There was just a verbal command. There wasn't even really a written disclaimer from the government on why this is possible. And within a day, it was unavailable for everybody, cut cold turkey. And the reason why I think this is important is this is something that I think is something we need to take very, very seriously if we're doing decentralized research, or if we're doing research and science at large. If we don't own the model, if we don't host the model, if we're not running the model, then we don't control the off switch, and someone else does, and we don't control our access to it. And I think we know this, we feel it, but many of us feel like there isn't an alternative. And I'm going to talk a little bit today about the alternative that we're building. This is from a paper that was published this year. This is the title of the paper, AI for Scientific Discovery is a Social Problem. And that problem is this. At the moment, 90% of the notable models of these frontier models are coming out of industry. And 90% of academics don't have access to those models. That number is even worse in places like Africa, where like less than 5% of the AI research and the research community and the scientific community there has access to state-of-the-art models. And what we're seeing is that it can take them a week sometimes for a cycle that in another country is taking 30 minutes to get access to these models and to run compute. So we're seeing there's a huge discrepancy that's already appearing in the kind of access that people have and whether or not they can actually run these models. I think this is a great article. I recommend reading it. And I think that personally, again, this is a bit of a personal opinion, but I hope that some of you agree with me. Also, you can still hear me if I don't? Great. So I've stopped leaning as much. I believe the work happens at the human scale, and there's a lot that we can do beyond just relying on these frontier models. I think the speaker before talked about this coordination layer, and I think that's really important. Oop, did it? Great. Why is that? Why is that? Well, and why are we not so dependent on the models themselves? I think AI intrinsically is backward looking, right? We have all this training data, we train the model, they run the literature, but science intrinsically is forward looking. We're trying to innovate on things, we're trying to come up with new discoveries, which means that we shouldn't be so nervous about, oh my God, I just need a more powerful model. I need to have like a larger model to run this and that. There's so much more that we can do. So what does that look like? What is forward-looking infrastructure that goes beyond just relying on a large frontier model? And I'd like to introduce to you a new primitive, which we're calling an AI node. So for Foresight's 40th year anniversary, we decided to launch what we're calling this node project, a node initiative. I'm one of the node managers here in Berlin, which is our first European location. And we also have Rachel, who joined us a couple months ago in SF, and she's running the SF node. At the moment, we have 2 nodes. I'll talk more a little bit about that. We've been live since April. We've got 24/7 access to the space. We're living right now here in Berlin at the Cambridge Innovation Campus. Some of you might know that place next to Görlitzer Park. It used to be Factory Berlin before COVID. We've hosted, I think I put 17 on here. That was a low estimate. I think we've hosted over 20 events now. Everything from a 200-person like opening launch day to a 15-person salon on a very niche topic where it's like curated and we have breakout sessions and all of that. We've been hosting a bunch of events, probably 2 or 3 a month at least. We've had thousands of people already through the door. This lovely photo here is of our earliest residents. I think I've onboarded now 19 researchers. 5 of them come from CIMC, which is the California Institute of Machine Consciousness. We're hosting some of theirs, and we've got a bunch of people doing AI for science, AI for safety work. I don't know if I have enough time to dive into all of the details, but these people are absolutely amazing. And so like I mentioned here, we've got SF Live. We're exploring London. That's not confirmed. It's one of the locations. And I'll talk a bit more about that. And so why do we feel like having a physical space like this matters? And I don't know if I have it on the slides. I think I do have it on the slides here, so I'll hold off on that. But before I go more into the node, this comes from Antonio Gramsci. He was I believe a Marxist writer back in the 30s who wrote from prison. And he has some of the greatest writing on like what does a movement or a counter-hegemonic movement actually need? And he says there's 3 things. And I know I'm covering a lot of stuff here, but I'm gonna have time for questions in the end. He says we need material capabilities, we need ideology, and we need institutions. Those are the 3 things that he says that we need to stage a counter movement to a current hegemonic ideal or hegemonic space. Just to be really clear on what I mean by that, to kind of recap, we're seeing these frontier models. Everyone right now is basically waiting for the next frontier model to come out. We're begging for access. We're putting all of our chips in that boat. But there's other versions of this. And so obviously when we look at the DeSci space right now, through crypto and Web3 and all of that, we've got a lot of material capabilities. I don't see that as an issue. When it comes to ideologies, protocols, the things that we can write down, we've got a lot of that as well. But the thing that I think that we're missing is the institutions or the community of practices, the physical spaces for us to be together, for us to work together, for us to have that interdisciplinary exchange between different types of research. The stuff that, to go back to that earlier slide, allows us to be forward-looking and not just backward-looking and relying on what these models can output for us. So, as someone that studied cognitive science and also who's Canadian, I'm a huge fan of John Vervaeke. He has a 50-part lecture series called Awaken from the Meaning Crisis. If you guys haven't seen it, I highly recommend checking it out. And one of my favorite quotes from that series, I'll read to you. We need a comprehensive set of psychotechnologies that are set within a community of practice that allow for the comprehensive transformations of consciousness, cognition, character, and culture. I understand that that's a very broad, very kind of like hypothetical, theoretical, like those last 4 words there make it go like, okay, where are we going with this? I think you should definitely watch the lecture series. I think these first 2, we have a lot in this space and in this room. I think we have material capabilities, we have a lot of ideologies. It's time for us all together, I think, to start building more physical or phygital institutions. Bit more on the node. I know a lot of people aren't necessarily looking for grants, but maybe some of you are looking for co-working space. Maybe some of you are looking for really interesting events here in Berlin to join. I think it's fun to define the node by what it's not. We are not an academic department. We are not a corporate lab. We are not just a co-working space. We are not an accelerator. And we are not a conference venue or an event venue. But this is what we are. So we have a huge space. I wish I had more photos of the space, but you guys can come and talk to me, or you can just come and visit. Every second Thursday, we do an open co-working with DeSci Berlin, which is a really cool organization. And so you can just come and hang out and co-work out of the space all day. We've got multiple rooms and huge space there, but there's a couple things we're offering there. A third of what I do and a third of what matters is compute. I didn't mention this yet, but I think this is pretty relevant. We are building out a on-prem cluster there. I'm not going to go into the numbers today. People always ask. I want to leave that out because it's still very much in development, but we do have GPUs in the space already. We do have a handful of our researchers that are already running their experiments on our compute right down the hall from the space that they're co-working in. We offer funding. We have grants. There's seed grants. The 5 tracks that I named earlier, if you're working in any of those areas and you're doing research in those areas, you can come to us for a grant. Obviously, we've got daily co-working space. If you are looking for a grant, we highly prioritize people that want to be in the space with us and build the culture with us. This is an experiment. We just opened in April, all of that stuff. Like I mentioned, events and a community of peers. So this is kind of what the node actually looks like. And this is actually from one of our Vision Weekend events. That's not a picture of the node, but that's a picture of the community of peers. These are my 4 experimental commitments. I can't speak for Rachel and SF. I can't speak for the next node manager and the next node that we open. But this is what I think is really, really important. Hard problems first. I think that the most important thing we're doing here at the node, and I think one of the most important things that if you're trying to build any kind of like physical infrastructure around research is or trying to build any kind of community whatsoever, is to focus on the hard problem. In 2024, I was running a space called Moose Space, which is a large community, like a Web3 adjacent community space. Anyone know Moose or went there? Okay, cool, a handful. The problem there is that me and my team back then, we were trying to build community there for community's sake. We're like, oh, we want to build Web3 community. We want to build community. And I think I've come to learn, and there's some people who have talked about this, building community for community's sake doesn't work. So I think you need to focus on the hard problems, you need to focus on the research, you need to focus on actually outputting something together. Obviously, experimental sovereignty, the compute, the cluster, I think is a big part of that. Scheduled serendipity is a fun little thing that I throw around the node all the time. My nodies or node residents, I don't know if they like it, but when we come together for lunch, I say like, oh, this is scheduled serendipity. I'm going to buy you all lunch, then who knows what will happen. But this has already been proven. We had, at one of our co-working lunches a couple weeks ago, 2 researchers, young researchers from Ocean Protocol, just happened to be in the area and asked if they could stop by, and there was a couple extra Subway sandwiches on the table. And by the end of like a 20-minute lunch, they were talking to 2 of the node residents about how they can get one of their FNIRS devices and host it during our workshop in July, which I'll talk about at the very end of this. So I'm already kind of seeing that just being in the room together, amazing things happen. I'm about to talk about a genome sequencer that we just purchased, and that also just came because people were in the room together and were like, hey, can we make this happen? And all of a sudden it did. And no commercial veto. We don't, there's no inconvenient findings that are going to mean you're no longer going to get your funding. We fund independently of that. This is a little bit on who's already there. Again, we opened in April. We have, we have, I think, over 20 now that have been onboarded. I'm just going to read off a little bit here. We've got Kevin, who's working on Open Chemistry Arena. We've got Martin Carlson, who is in the back there, who knows much more about the genome sequencing project that we're going to start off than I do. We've got George, who just finished his residency with us a couple days ago, and just told me, I just sent a message, I think at like 2 in the morning last night, saying, hey, my first Foresight-funded research paper has been accepted by this journal. I'm really excited. Here it is. Here's the publication. So already in just the first couple months, we're already seeing stuff, like tangible stuff happen, which is really exciting. Paul, I'm sure Paul's going to hate that I share this little thing, but it's just too fun to me. Paul is working on automated AI research, but more even fun than that, Allison, our CEO, accidentally shipped a pack of diapers to to Berlin and not SF. Turns out Paul's daughter is the same age as Allison's, so it turned out great because he could take the nappies home with him. So another great example of scheduled serendipity. Maybe he was in the market for diapers and they just showed up. Not really research-based, but I think it's fun. Georgios, amazing. He's doing I think mech interpretability. Gosh, I don't want to misquote that. So if you want to know more about all the great research that's happening there, come and talk to us. Come and hang out. I'm pretty sure there's also stuff on the website, foresight.org. There's so many that I just can't keep track at the moment. We're not alone. I just wanted to throw this up here. I'm not going to go through all of this, but these are a bunch of the other organizations that we've already started working with, that we're partnering with, that we're doing really cool stuff with. Molecule is one of them. We've got Sprint that I'm going to be hanging out with Barbara today. 3 minutes left, thank you. Dark Matter Labs, Medulla City, Futura House. I'm sure a bunch of you know a lot of these organizations, but we're trying to build something larger here. So I'm getting very close to like the call to action now. Why am I telling you all this? But before I get to that call to action, this is a very, very new project as well that Martin's spearheading in the back there. We just bought a genome sequencer. So like I said, we're putting GPUs into the space. We already have compute running there, and I am very excited to see what we can do if we combine the genome sequencer with on-prem compute and to see if we can sequence our genomes and offer that as a service to the community. And I put this up here as well because if you want to be a collaborator on this project, if this is an area of your interest, we are definitely looking for collaborators on this. We want to provide this to the community as well. So if you know someone that maybe wants to sponsor a really cool, like on-prem, like local genome sequencing project, just come and talk to me or Martin. And maybe one little point to this as well. I think personalized medicine is going to become really, really big, and I think being able to do that where you have sovereignty over like the whole supply chain there, or the dependency chain, I think is going to become really important, even if right now it feels a little bit ahead of its time or unnecessary. Cool. So this is our larger vision. We believe in a global network of AI nodes for science and safety. There's 2 that are open now. We're exploring a 3rd already. If you know somebody in some city who wants to open up a node like this, physical space with on-prem compute for researchers, for builders, we're providing resources. We've got a couple applications already, but we're helping provide the seed grant also to open up new nodes. And they don't need to all be Foresight nodes. We're trying to create a distributed network of these nodes that can potentially share compute in the future, that can share the insights, all of that good stuff. And so these are the four basically call to actions that I just wanted to share. This wasn't supposed to feel like a pitch. If it did, I'm sorry, but it was supposed to say, hey, here's something that we're building. This is something that opened in April. I just joined Foresight in November. And we want everyone who's working in the DeSci space to know that we're here and to come and hang out with us. Apply for a grant if you're a researcher. Build your own node if you know someone that wants to do something like that. If you're a DevOps person and you want to come in and touch metal and work on the cluster with us, we're looking for someone. We're actually hiring a part-time DevOps person. Just come build. And maybe the last little thing is the umbrella over everything that we do is Existential Hope. And we have a really cool project that launched soon, the Existential Hope Project, run by Beatrice. You probably have heard of the podcast. She's doing incredible work. She's also looking for more incredible guests that want to talk about existential hope from a very serious perspective. So I would say go check out the podcast as well. I know I covered a lot. I think I stayed within time. Thank you, guys. This was fun. Do we have time for a question? No, right? No worries, no worries. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Amazing, thank you so much. I really find the work that Foresight Institute does so interesting, and I think for an institution that's 40-something years old, to be going so focused on AI is pretty cool. Next up, we have Kamal, who's going to be chatting to us about making personalized AI agents, which I think is probably the most sort of easy to conceptualize consumer focus. I think all of us at some point, well, maybe not all of us, but would have asked ChatGPT, what are the macros of my meal, or, what is the best flight to get from A to B? And so this idea of personalizing AI is, I think, very pertinent, and I'm very interested to see what he has to say.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Kemal. First of all, thank you for inviting me to DeSci team. It's a lovely space. König Gallery is one of my favorite galleries in Berlin. And today, I'll be talking about agentic AI. But first, who am I and what do I do? Why am I here? So I'm a data scientist, and I have been building products for the last 15 years in the US and Europe. Currently, I'm running an AI lab based in Berlin, and we have a couple products specifically to agentic AI. At the same time, I'm consulting companies related with this specific topic. So today, I want to actually discover AI more like from the history to try to understand what's really happening with this autonomous AI agents and what will be the next stage afterwards. Because it's a little confusing. The events are happening so fast, the innovation is so fast, so we can't really understand outside our circle. So it really resonates whenever we understand what is the pattern from the past about this technological improvements, and then we can maybe predict a little near future, not far future, but just a near future. So today's topic will be specifically on this. So let's dig in. So I believe from the beginning of the humankind, the language was the first barrier that we try to pass because we want to transmit our ideas and our individuality, our consciousness to another human being. So that's why we created these different languages, very local languages in different parts of the world. And not just the language, but also like body language, dances, or riding through caves. So these were like the very initial forms of the transmitting our ideas to another human being. But it was very local. And the main motivation was like not maybe restricted from these small gatherings, but also we'd like to expand the distances to attract other people. So that's why we wrote it on tablets, and then it moved to papyrus, and then it goes to books, and then this kind of gave the foundational of knowledge spreading. But the motivation was always the same. It was always trying to understand, try to kind of reach another person and try to explain ourselves in a better way to another human being. So that was like the motivation from each of these innovations. But what we see from these different parts of this innovation, the next step was more like in a way of electrical kind of like connection with telegraphs. What we see in the telegraph, now we can reach more distances between different verticals. Are we still on? Is it working?
Give us 1 minute while we figure out our technical difficulties. Sorry about that. Is there a bump? Did something get bumped here, maybe?
I can go on like that, but let's see.
Give us a minute. We'll see if we can sort it out.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Did something get bumped?
Yep.
There we are. Perfect.
Okay. So, which each of these innovations, actually, what we've seen is we find better and better ways to explain ourselves to another human being, maybe not just near us, but may say all over the world. And that's actually come up with the internet. So internet was very interesting because it wasn't kind of like similar to the other ones, because this gave us another feature, which is saving the data for better usages. Like it's actually on the server, and whenever you want to actually go back and retrieve that data, it was already there. So it didn't just give us this communication advantage, but also it gave us this storage ability. And that actually was the main function of, or maybe the main resource of AI at the moment. And if you remember like 2010s and 15s, I think these companies set the stage of AI, and I'm not sure you remember those times they were investing a lot for cloud infrastructures. And one of it actually made AI possible in a very early time. Do you remember or do you know any of it? Like, do you have a guess? A shootout? No? It was IBM. And it is not very well known, but actually in 2014-15, IBM gave an AI API where you can use the very early machine learning models for these specific use cases. And I was lucky enough, and at that time I was in San Fran and building a product specifically for sentiment analysis. And I had the chance to get the first credit from IBM and start working on maybe one of the first AI products in San Francisco. And we were specifically focused on sentiment analysis, NLP. But then, yeah, it got successful. We got an exit with that. But I knew that what is going to happen was this is just the beginning. So that's why there was a lot of concern about privacy. There was a lot of concern about decentralization. So I was also very active with the blockchain ecosystem that time to raise my concerns about what it's actually leading to. And it lead to that. So what we have been seeing from the last maybe 5 years with these companies, they start to get monopolize all this data and the data that come from Reddit, that come from internet all over the world, and then structure form new companies, new AI identities, or maybe like digital gods now. So this is something concerning, but at the same time, this is the pattern that it was going, because it is not only like just, so it is not over yet. This is, the next stage is the personalization, and this is kind of creates the way to personalize AIs, which is right now we can see like 1.5 billion people are using any LLM. And half of it now use OpenAI. So if you're in machine learning, you could understand that now we are at the stage of personalizing these AI by using them. So whenever there's a 1 billion people are using your LLM, that means that gives you an advantage to be better from the other foundational model. So that's why OpenAI now has a huge leverage, because in daily basis they have hundreds of million people are using their product, which doesn't mean they can make profit from it, which means they can build better AIs by getting the data from the daily usage. So over time, this accumulates a better intelligence for them, which could be superior from the other ones. So I think this moment was the game-changing in the beginning of this year. Who knows OpenClaw? Okay, and between those, how many of you now uses OpenClaw, like in your personal comp? 1, 2, just 3, 4, okay. I think this moment was very game-changing, because now we kind of have the signal that these models get very, advanced enough to be kind of like make decisions on our behalf. So that means it's getting, learning more and more about our behavior, our concerns individually. And this actually opened new opportunities in the future. But from the data, what I've seen from OpenClaw, it was the fastest growing model, and also the infrastructure. Now millions of AI agents running around internet. So that's the time frame is super concerning, because now it is like right now, maybe we are writing something to our friend on email, but it is generated by one LLM, and then it goes to another LLM that your friend is using. So this is, now we are not really in the control of this communication. There are these intermediates, and there are millions of it. And that's why we need to understand them better and their growth. And what we've seen from OpenClaw, they actually integrated into OpenAI, so they sold it. And now they serve as kind of like a subscription service inside ChatGPT. But this was also another signal that this is not just another infrastructure tool from GitHub that you can download and use. This is something in the plans of these major big AI companies, because now not just OpenAI, but most of the AI companies right now are, like publish different versions of OpenClaw, like Claude Covert, Perplexity, and many other, like Claude for everything, I guess now. But yeah, this comes with some problems. So have you ever seen this news? Like, I mean, this is concerning, not just in a professional level, but also in a social way. So this personal AI messaged the ex of other guys. So like, I mean, this is happening maybe already. This is just the ones we see in the media, but it is ongoing basis. We see this type of examples. So that's why we need to understand what is these agentic AIs, like how do they work, how do they interact. I think it's super interesting, so that's why I devoted most of my time into this area. So I've seen like some problems, first to understand the ecosystem and everything. The first problem is the reliability. So whenever you create these agentic workflows and whenever you make it more multiple, like multiple agents, multiple steps, it gets less and less reasoning. So you have to fix it for every stage. But the problem is you're a human, and that's an AI talking with AI. You don't have that much of attention spent to understand the problems inside their interaction. So you need another AI to observe that. So, and that's another problem, because you need to observe the observer AI, right? So it goes like that. So that's why the reliability problem still a problem, but it's getting better and better with the infrastructure. And the security risk, I think it's getting better, I would say, but I still fully don't trust to any model or any infrastructure. I still have a separated computer or a device to run all my things, and I recommend you to do so. Setup complexity actually got really, like, it's better and better for the last months. So it's super easy right now for most of the orchestration tools. But the cost, still unpredictable. So you connect your Claude or any model, and then you just look at it the next day, and then it's just burn tons of tokens. And like, you need to understand, you need to create this structure and prompt engineer that accordingly to reduce the token usage. But I could also recommend one tool that I'm using. I really like it, Headroom on GitHub. You can check it out. They reduce the token cost before it goes to the LLM, so it just saves you money. But yeah, the cost unpredictability is still there. And but like, let's be honest. I mean, it's been just maybe 6 months from the OpenClaw moment. It's just happening so fast. So I'm sure that these will be sold, and these will be all integrated in our lives in some way. That's why we have to be more aware what actually kind of like the growth in their side. So that's why this is one of the projects that, how many of you know Hermes? That's good, we have a few. So this is kind of improved version of OpenClaw. In OpenClaw, there was some problems with, these problems that I mentioned, but Hermes solved most of the, some of the problems, mostly on the memory side. It's kind of nurtures, you nurture it. It's kind of, you know, like raised with you, like personalized with you, updated this memory. It's better than the other orchestration tools. So if you want to check it out, you can. I use Hermes recently, so I'm happy with it. There are still some flaws, but it's improving. So it kind of gives this signal. OpenClaw was not the first and the last. There will be new orchestration tools. There will be new tools, you know, like improving all these stages. How many of you know Moltbook? Most of you, yeah. I mean, Moltbook is the first example that these AI agents talk to each other, which means you're, as a human, you're only the observer. Agents that you have, that you connected to the website, and then you just watch. You just watch how they interact with each other. So some of the traction from here, it was criticized that actually it was prompt engineered by the users, but it was still LLM talking with LLM, so it's like a multi-agent kind of like discussion platforms. It was really interesting. They were spying about their users. They were giving some, I don't know, feedback about the way how they behaved. So it was an interesting thought experiment. And I think there is one from BioProtocols. So Open Labs is actually really cool one. Maybe you already heard from the other presentations, but the scientists, they actually put their agents and then to come up with novel ideas out of it. I think these are really cool experiments. And as an AI lab, I also focus similar areas that we built 2 different products. And I want to give a little info about the outputs and what we kind of our learnings out of that. So the first one was Marx. So Marx is a kind of like a Moltbook, like agent-to-agent platform, but specifically for finance and specifically for sentiment analysis. So what happens in daily media, like there's an Iran war, there's this happening, and these are the actions that actually affect the prices, like the prices of any token or any stock. So we created this platform where the agents are discussing how it will affect the prices or any Bitcoin or whatever the currency it is. And this was also a really cool thought experiment. We learned a lot from this process. And we currently developing another tool which is for researchers, and still it's an agentic tool for researchers to keep up with the new kind of like patents or papers. As you know, now it's getting more agentic, in like the availability of these papers are getting more and more. So now maybe daily basis we see thousands of new discoveries, and these discoveries kind of change my current kind of like research as a researcher. So we try to kind of create this skill give kind of like a superpower for researchers to keep up with these changes and then improve their researches related with that. So if there's any researcher around us and if you would like to chat, I'll be happy because we will just put it in like an open source that you can try and use and improve. You'd like to keep it as an open source. So yeah, as going forward, like I think from these two experiences, what I learned, the first problem and first kind of like if you have designers here, I think we are getting more and more API first design for product design as a humans, because now we design more and more for agents, not for the humans. So the development of product is going from UI to mostly like maybe APIs or technical kind of side of it. So this is like one of the biggest learning that we had while we were creating the skill MDs. And the second is the retention. So when your customers are not humans anymore, you can't really kind of try to create the same conversions or like or retention models that you do for your daily basis as a normal digital product. So now you have to think like an agent, and you have to understand how you actually kind of like help agents to find your product and use your product. So that's why retention was also another problem that we had. And if you're also building related with those products, I think these two things are going to be the biggest kind of like problems that you might have. So what I see from all these things on the web, like I think while we were using these AIs, it's getting more personal and personal with this all interaction. So we kind of create our digital soul on a digital consciousness that kind of connects with each other and talk with each other. And when you think about for let's say 10 years, let's do 2 years, we will see this great like biggest, thank you. So this great digital consciousness that we are all connected to, and this will just grow. And as a human, how do we actually act on it? It's really based on how was in the history. So as we see from the beginning of the presentation, the humans are here to be observed and to exchange their ideas to another human, right? So this intention was a motivational instinct, and it will go through the same way, right? So that's why I think the next step that we will be facing mostly of the human AI interfaces. I'm not sure, like I don't support it, I don't dissupport it, I don't do anything, but I feel from the patterns that we see from the history and evolution, I think we will be seeing more and more human to AI interfaces, which I mean like Neuralink or some other kind of devices to the brain. There are already many companies, by the way, not just the Elon Musk thing, but there are also many companies right now investing in this area. And I feel like we're just running so fast. And then we have to just do this type of meetings and talkings and networkings to understand what should we do as, like keep ourselves as human as possible. And that, I think the security side and privacy side is the most important part. So that's why my lab, I have been a researcher for the last 6 years, specifically focusing on zero knowledges for biometric data, because I know these interfaces will come, but at that time, we have to be ready to integrate right infrastructure to those areas. And I think as a Europeans, like we have the leverage, we have a difference from different countries that we like these human way of thinking and privacy. And sometimes it's criticized with like, oh, you're over-regulating, you're doing this, blah, blah, blah. I know, I understand that. I sometimes say it too. But I think we have a misunderstanding about regulation and bureaucracy. So I think regulations is okay, and it has to be there. I think these areas especially have to be over-regulated, but not in a way that we are doing in Germany or in Europe, with maybe less friction, with better at regulating. And how are we going to do that? We have to automate the processes with more like maybe agentic system, but in a way that how we lose the bureaucracy by better regulating these type of infrastructures. So in that way, we can actually prioritize human over maybe the machine movements. So today, thank you for listening to me, and I hope you to get interactive. You can do it here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very, very interesting. We have a fireside chat, and then we'll have another break, and then I'm looking up at the schedule. We'll have 3 more talks. The last talk, I know it is a long time to stay, but it's going to be a really interesting one. It's from famed longevity scientist Aubrey de Grey. So it'll be quite an interesting little closing to the day, but we're not quite there yet. Up next, we have a fireside chat, which is a physician's perspective on peptides, which I mean, you'd have to be under a rock to not notice the huge wave that peptides are making in the healthcare space and the personalized healthcare space. However, of course, there's also a huge gray market. It's quite a memed, fabled thing, this sort of peptide craze. And so I think to have a real physician sit down and talk about their honest opinions is critical. So yeah, I'm very excited for the talk. Welcome to the stage, guys.
Thank you, Ella. Amazing to follow a very inspiring talk about AI, and one of the big themes that's really sort of changing the future of humanity. And this is another one, and I think someone said to me recently there were a few things that they really wanted to try get a matter of understanding around. One being artificial intelligence, but actually the other one being this sort of this like very fast cultural rise of peptides and human health sovereignty, and just how peptides might be beneficial for optimizing people's health, but there is a lot of noise in the market. I think as people may have heard too, like a lot of these compounds or substances haven't sort of undertaken rigorous clinical testing, such as like the majority of pharmaceutical products that hit the market do. But very blessed today to actually be joined by Mohsen Sufyan, who's a physician who's actually been using peptides in his clinical practice for almost a decade now. And in that time, I think he's acquired a lot of knowledge and understanding on how to work with it to actually achieve great health outcomes for his patients, and also just like got to like see this from like very much a grassroots like tool in the physician's sort of like toolkit to like what is this like huge area of interest today. But what I'd love to be able to do is just like maybe you can just do a brief introduction and just walk us through your medical journey to date.
Sure, yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Mohsen Sufyan. I'm a American board-certified family physician. I practice in Dubai in a longevity clinic. Been using peptides back when they were available in the US, then they got banned, and then we're hoping now they're going to be brought back to market. We've had a lot of great success with patients, and it's been quite a journey over the past couple of years using peptides.
Amazing. And could you what triggered the point of interest in relation to peptides and how you thought they might be helpful for the patients that you see?
Sure. Yeah, I went to a conference at the the American Academy of Anti-Aging, and they were explaining this wonderful world of peptides, that they can have multiple effects in the body, regenerate tissue, regrow nerves, increase synaptic concentration in the brain, synaptic connections, and a lot of the research was based on animal models, but we're hoping to extrapolate that to real-world applications in the clinic. And when I saw what could be done, I said, why aren't we using this in the clinic for regular medicine? We would look at the research, before and after pictures from in the lab of there was a mice model where they dropped essentially a huge weight on the hind legs of a mice and ruptured the tendon, and within 24 hours, majority of the structures had regrown, and they showed it visually. And I said, this is amazing. Why can't we do this? So that piqued my interest, and then the rest is history.
So when a patient actually walks into the clinic and they're sort of hinting at like exploring peptides, and just a point around sort of like clinical judgment for yourself, because I guess and maybe you can also inform us around like what customary protocols are for a physician when you actually prescribe a medicine, but how do you make that evaluation on like being able to give someone a peptide for a said health issue?
Yeah, so it goes back to what the patient, what is their concern. We have two groups of patients. Some of them have come in, they say, hey, I got an acute issue, I've torn my rotator cuff, I've had a fall, I've had chronic back issues. They come with a preset need. The other group is, hey, I've heard about peptides and I want to try. When you have, when you know what your issue is, it's much more, very direct. But when you have a patient who says, hey, I just want to try peptides, then we have to go a little bit deeper and find out, what's going on, what is the best course of action. But there's a lot of good that can be done with peptides.
And so, what are the gateway peptides? What are what are people asking for? And I mean, what are you seeing within people's health journeys where they're either getting benefit or maybe they just there's attrition out of effectively wanting peptides because maybe they're not getting the effect they desired, et cetera. But how are you continuously forming that judgment and also speaking to patients about it?
Sure. So the gateway peptides are BPC-157, thymosin beta-4, TB-500, probably the stuff you've seen online. People have tried that, dabbled that. But going back to the attrition, what you're talking about, a lot of times, unfortunately, people are ordering stuff online. And they're coming from overseas. We don't know the quality, we don't know the purity, we don't know what's actually in there. I definitely don't recommend people to take things that aren't. Of course, I have to say, pharmaceutical grade. We work with very reputable compounding pharmacies in both Dubai and in the States, so we know what we're getting. When you're getting research chemicals online, it clearly says not for human consumption. And that's how they get away, that's how those research chemicals, they get away with impurity, endotoxins, harmful heavy metals, lead, cadmium, arsenic, because they said, look, this is a research chemical. You weren't supposed to use it anyways. So they operate in that gray zone. And so we have patients who come in and say, hey, I tried this stuff, this BPC, and I didn't really feel anything. We put them on the compound pharmacy stuff, and they're like, wow, there's a huge difference. It goes back to what are they using and how are they using it.
And I mean, are there any peptides that you would favor in clinical use? I mean, things that you would go to by default if someone sort of has a little bit of an amorphous or I wouldn't say
general,
in general, yeah.
Yeah, for like a general wellness protocol, we look at energy production, mitochondrial health. So there's SS31, there's MOD-SC, and we put them on a 2-month protocol to enhance mitochondrial function, optimize that, and then we meet with them again, see where they're at.
And then in terms of say for example, blood work and sort of just looking at biometrics, what markers tend to be indicative of where there's a response or a degree of adversity or just a muted effect overall?
Labs, there aren't any hardcore or there's no protocols for labs as far as when it comes to peptides. If a patient hasn't seen their doctor in a long time, we'll do a standard comprehensive profile of labs: CBC, CMP, TSH, A1C, lipid panel. We'll do some liver function, kidney function tests, but there's no there's a peptide test or test to know what kind of peptide I need. There are certain concerns for when it comes to peptides. So if there's a family history of cancer, or maybe they come and they say, hey, I've been treated for cancer, I've had a history of cancer, that makes us a little more concerned to make sure how are we approaching this patient. Certain peptides are very angiogenic, thymosin beta-4. TB-500. And angiogenic means they can grow blood supply. So if you have a cancer and you grow blood supply to that cancer, you are helping that cancer. That's not good. We don't want to do that. Or even enhancing mitochondrial function. You're helping cancer cells produce more energy and the respiration process more improved for the cancer, which is not what we want to do. So for those patients, cancer patients, we would advise not to start peptides. Now there are other peptides like thymosin alpha-1, which is an immune modulator and actually has been, they've done trials with cancer patients or cancer cells that it can enhance chemo, it can enhance the making the cancer cells smaller because it helps the immune system target and identify the cancer. And one of the ways cancer cells or cancer in general is able to get around your immune system is by being silent and bypassing certain ways that the body can detect and check for cancer. So thymosin alpha-1 is one of those that we can use safely in cancer patients.
And the sort of the most well understood, or at least well characterized and socialized peptides overall, the GLP-1s. And, you know, I mean, the iterations in this, and, you know, we were speaking about retatrutide before, which is, you know, I guess going to be a, you know, an absolutely blockbuster drug, but there seem to be a lot of studies around GLP-1s. And so what is like the unobvious beneficial effect of people going on to like GLP-1 dosing schedules?
What do you mean by that? Like
say, for example, in a manner that, you know, there might be, whether is it neurocognitive benefits or
oh yeah, like so beyond diabetes and weight loss.
Beyond the
so very interesting results. I've had many. So the GLP medications work by working on the crave response cycle. So you know. Part of it is reducing your appetite, but also it will reduce your crave and your reward that you get from it. So that dopamine that you get from eating like a bag of chips, you won't have the drive for it, and you won't also get the same reward. So that cycle is interrupted. I've had many patients quit smoking, quit drinking, binge eating, you know, get off nicotine entirely because they don't have the drive for it and they don't get the reward from it as well. So we successfully treated many people with issues with addiction. There's some interesting research showing that GLP medications, when given in combination to cancer patients who are on chemo, that the tumors get smaller much faster, and even when they take them off the GLP medications, the tumors still get smaller and smaller than what they were expecting in the control group who didn't get the GLP medications. Of course, what you're doing is reducing the available energy, put them in more of a not hypoglycemic entirely, but a lower resting glucose state. And of course, if you're providing less energy to a cancer, a rapidly dividing and growing tumor, they will not be able to grow as rapid, and hopefully the chemo can take more effect, and the other anti-cancer therapies can be more effective.
I guess on the other side of the health spectrum, I see a lot of bundling or people sort of effectively stacking peptides. So, you know, what are these, like, what are the stacks? Why are people using them? And like, what sort of relative synergy, like, in your view, effectively exists with someone to like maybe do a Wolverine stack, Clo, or, you know, like one of the other ones that are prominently marketed?
Sure. Yeah, a lot of again, with peptides and everything online, people are, you know, saying, oh, I'm a fitness influencer, and like, here's my stack. So people kind of, they think more is better. So they'll take multiple peptides. They're taking their BPC, thymosin beta-4. They'll add a GHK-Cu for the skin. Yes, they do have a synergy. Have we defined exactly what the synergy is? No, and that's where I hope the research in the future goes. I do think a lot of people are doing more than they should, and it's good. Again, anytime you know, these peptides, many of them are naturally produced in your body, but they're produced for a specific reason. They go away. So if you're constantly stimulating your body with a certain peptide, I don't think that's ideal. But there is a synergy. For example, CJC ipamorelin, they're GH-releasing peptides. CJC is one peptide, ipamorelin is another one. But when we combine them and inject them in the body, they release more growth hormone together than they would alone. So that is one that has been successfully utilized effectively to synergize.
And maybe there's also, it seems like there's a number of peptides that are gaining popularity in relation to brain-related functions. And so, like, what have you effectively seen there, and also ones that like might work around mood elevation also?
Yes, so the most common pro-cognitive effect peptide would be dihexa. So dihexa is interesting. It's it works through the HGF, hepatocyte growth factor. Interestingly enough, so it uses that pathway to improve cognitive function, increase synaptic connections. So in mice models, it was a 10x increase in synaptic connections between the rat neurons. That's a very interesting peptide. It is very growth promoting. So that is, again, if you have a patient with cancer risk, you want to be careful and be cognizant of that, especially in older patient populations. We use that. I've taken it. Many patients have taken it. You notice in your first, I would say in the first day, you're just more in tune. Learning becomes enjoyable again. You take an intense interest in whatever you're interested in. You'll have long conversations with people and you go into depth. And it's a very interesting effect from an orally available peptide. So that's one of the ones you notice. So we really like that one. We only do that for 1 to 2 months max because of, again, we don't know where this goes. We don't know where the research goes. There hasn't been that many human studies on this. And we don't know, of the long-term risks of something that is so growth promoting. But we're doing our best. We're doing our best to improve patients' lives with what we have.
There's a lot of discussion around an evidence gap for peptides. So, there's a prospect that they become commercially available within the United States, probably within a month's time. Also, when Congress actually goes to discuss the recommendation from the FDA on compounding pharmacies, making a series of peptides available. But what would you like to see in terms of evidence generation for that would support clinical use or just give you a little bit more informed judgment on peptides, or maybe it is just elucidating very little known peptides into better adoption within sort of clinical practice?
Yeah, I would love that. I would love, the big multi-center randomized double-blind trials where we can get the really hard evidence, the side effect profile and risks, because we know we have some theoretical risk, but we don't know what it translates to in humans. We want actually evidence-based protocols. Right now, we're going off of, previous done research and extrapolating from rat models and using those dosage parameters to make what we estimate would be best for humans. The more research that's done on this, and I hope somehow Big Pharma can help us with this. The more people that are involved in this, in the peptide world, the more we can benefit and help patients. And we're seeing with the GLP-1s that their peptides have immense benefit, and it can be something that Big Pharma can take an interest in. And of course, they're going to make money. But look at how many patients we've been able to help. They say at least 10% of Americans have been on a GLP of some sort. And now cardiologists are recommending this. Actually, I believe this American College of Cardiology guideline that their first recommendation for weight loss is now GLP. They say, yes, you should be doing exercise, you should be doing diet, but let's just cut to the chase, and get the GLP on and get the positive reinforcement that, wow, you can actually do this. You can lose weight. Maybe you struggled with weight your whole life, but now you're losing weight and you feel motivated. Many, many patients I see that they are so happy that for the first time in decades they're able to lose weight and fit into old clothing they had and feel good about themselves. So the immense benefit in patients' lives, I cannot speak enough about.
It seems like there's an evolution of patients, or at least people that are a little bit more health conscious, and so with that, there's sort of an elevating degree of awareness and education and probably the pharmacology around all of these compounds. So what are the general profiles of people that you've seen in terms of early adopters, and then where you think that there might be the next adequate fit for the general profile of patient that comes in and starts asking about peptides, and they actually stay the journey and they become relevantly informed around clinical benefit in a very, I would say at least, a way that there's at least they feel like they've got enough personalized evidence that staying true to these protocols is actually beneficial to them.
The early adopters are always the people who are risk averse. They're like, just give it to me. I don't care. I want the benefit. The gym bros, the people in bodybuilding, they want every advantage they can get. And a lot of the anecdotal data is never real science. We know that, but we sometimes look to that to give us some sort of insight. Again, anecdotal data is not real medicine, it's not real science, but we'll take some information from that and use our clinical reasoning to make better judgments. It always starts from the early adopters, and then once more people are using peptides, now it's becoming more, I guess, mainstream. And of course, there's a hesitancy anytime you want to inject something. But now with GLPs, so many people are doing GLPs that I think injecting something in your body is going to be more less of a barrier now.
Presumably people are working on new delivery mechanisms now, like an easier way of administration that sort of like helps sort of like steepen that adoption curve.
Yeah. So there's the problem with many peptides is a peptide is a chain of amino acids, at least 3 amino acids long. Amino acids are linked by different charges and different bonds. Once you ingest something orally, it's going to hit your stomach acid, and that's most likely going to denature and break down most peptides. Some peptides like BPC are actually isolated and found in the stomach, so they're stable in acid. So we can make BPC capsules. But for the majority of other peptides, especially the ones that are more linked and more intertwined, they're not orally stable. So that's why we have to inject them. But there are novel delivery mechanisms using ionophoresis with these patches. They actually have like a battery and a plus and minus charge. You can put on a sticker on your skin and it will push the peptide through your skin. Again, the more that people are researching and developing and trying to bring new things to market, the more we're going to find new and interesting ways to help our patients.
And from your perspective, because I mean, it seems like you've been using peptides very effectively within your clinical practice. Do you have any concerns or considerations with this like now big, like seemingly big rush in the United States with, all the various telehealth vendors, et cetera, just like about to push peptides out the door? Like, what's your view on that in terms of just suddenly all this, like this explosive growth of interest?
Yes, of course. Anytime when there's like a big market that has to be tapped, you're going to have a lot of people, a lot of players coming in that just want to, make money at all costs. Again, if they're not screening patients properly, if they and some of the peptides are, like we mentioned, very growth promoting. So if you have someone that maybe they haven't screened properly to make sure they don't have cancer, or if they're not asking for that, the patient may have cancer, and they just because the patient is not being guided properly by their medical professional, and you put them on something that could possibly harm them, this could be done many times over across the country. So I do hope that the providers that are offering this telehealth service are doing the due diligence to screen for the right patients, so that we can avoid this. Because again, when you are, for example, if you have a very angiogenic peptide, you can grow blood vessels to the cancer, and then the cancer can start seeding elsewhere and start spreading throughout the body. Then you can have, unfortunately, metastases everywhere. So you would, theoretically, a process that could have taken months to years could be, much less, and that's a scary thing.
Sorry, I lost myself following your trainer conversation there, but just had a question about, I mean, you get a lot of people that sort of like present in front of you, and so you're going to see an overall health journey, and you hear a lot of stories about people that sort of have these miracle transformations, but like, how often do you see that in patients and people where they feel like the modern standard of care has sort of left them behind, and where that they might have like remarkable outcomes in coming into like peptides or like this modality of treatment?
Very common for patients with musculoskeletal issues, like torn rotator cuff, bodybuilder or like a weightlifter who's had nagging injuries for so long and has been told by so many orthopedic surgeons the only option is surgery, and he's never wanted to do that. It's getting worse and worse. Many patients, I put them on, BPC, thymosin beta-4, and in 3 months, his pain is gone, full range of motion. A guy that couldn't put his hand behind his back and lift it. Now he's got full range of motion, can go all the way between both scapulas, and says he has no pain, he's lifting harder and stronger. This was a guy that was candidate for surgery, or was told by multiple surgeons, you need to operate, there's nothing we can do for you. So that the fact that we can avoid surgery is amazing. Other patients who've had, torn meniscus, painful joints, we put them on, similar protocols, and they're pain-free, and they're able to continue being active, continue playing with their children, their grandkids. So it's incredible what we can do with very small subcutaneous injections.
Are there select areas of medicine where those practitioners are leaning more into peptides? So say, for example, orthopedics, where people are sort of presenting with all sorts of sport injuries, tendonitis. You talk about the damage to rotator cuffs, et cetera. Like, where are there select pockets of medicine that you think would benefit a lot more than like others?
Yeah, starting with the sports medicine, musculoskeletal, so that would be orthopedic sports medicine. I really wish more orthopedic surgeons would at least consider or try peptides, but because they are, it's cash pay, no insurance going to cover it, and they make their income from operating. So there is, to a certain extent, an incentive for them to recommend for surgery, and again, a lot of them work in big institutions, big academic institutions, hospitals, that they would not, the institution would not like them recommending compounded substances. But there are some orthopedic surgeons that are more open-minded, say, hey, if you give it a try. If it works for you, great, and if it doesn't, we can consider more traditional options. Also for cognitive issues, depression, anxiety, we have the pro-cognitive peptides. Insomnia, we have DSIP, which stands for deep sleep inducing peptide. So you'll take it at night, you'll have really, really good sleep, really, really refreshing sleep. So DSIP is a peptide that is found in high concentrations in mother's milk. So they're very common. A child will have breast milk, and he'll pass out, knock out for like an hour, and he has the deepest sleep. As we get older, we make less of these peptides, especially DSIP. So to replenish that, and DSIP, interestingly enough, as we talked about peptides, they have multiple effects in the body. DSIP is very anti-cancer, has very anti-cancer effects. And as we know that people who are not sleeping well, they have much higher risk of cancer. So again, everything is somewhat connected. Everything has some sort of relation. So it's all about optimizing and fixing the foundations of the patient's life to optimize them and elevate them.
So how does the layperson who has had no experience with these compounds sort of come in, and like, what would you recommend if they're starting to be mildly curious around this, but they exhibit like some degree of risk aversion on like getting comfortable, and then also like what other roadblocks will they hit along the way, or at least things that they effectively have to consider and sort of like being able to at least undertake some degree of health transformational journey with peptides?
So I have to give the disclaimer, please talk to your healthcare provider for more information. Ask your doctor if peptides are right for you. But actually that is the official recommendation. Talk to your doctor. I can't make any recommendations right here. But it is a challenge to find a right healthcare provider who is open and is willing to give you honest information. So majority of the peptides that I recommend for my patient, I've taken myself or am taking currently. And I think that's a very good starting point. If you find someone that's recommending peptides, ask them, have you taken this yourself? And if they say no, I would say find someone else, because how can they make recommendations about something that we don't have that much information about if they haven't used it themselves? So all the peptides, majority of peptides that I've given to patients, I have used at some point in my life, or I'm currently using. And that gives me the experience to recommend correctly. And so some of the protocols I've changed for myself, given my own personal experience with these peptides.
So I'm a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner. Like, peptides are very big within that community, and also with the bodybuilders, et cetera. So people that sort of put their bodies under sort of constant stress. And there's a meme that floats around the community, which is like the number one reason why I'm not taking peptides, because I don't know how to get them. And I guess the question here is that how many practitioners are actually aware of the properties of peptides and can cast relatively informed judgment? And do you end up having patients like come through the door, and they've had this long journey of being kicked around by like seeing different physicians. The physicians can't give them the requisite degree of comfort, or maybe they don't know things. So, you know, they end up on this like wild goose chase to actually find someone who might actually be able to requisitely inform them and sort of like, and help ease or bring them into peptide use.
I would say that the vast majority of your, the healthcare professionals are not using peptides. They may have seen something online, and I get it. There's a lot of these establishment doctors, and they're on social media and talking, and they're very anti-peptide. And I understand why, because the research, there isn't enough hard research on it. So I respect what they're saying. At the same time, you know, for example, for my patients who were told your only option is surgery, what else could I have done for them? This was the only other alternative. Otherwise, he'd go to surgery. And even then, if you do surgery, we still give you peptides because it enhances the healing process. So you get a stronger anchoring of the, if they had a, rotator cuff surgery and they're, pinning certain connective tissue, that it improves the recovery. Majority of my patients who come to me, this is their first time asking about peptides. So it really falls onto me to help guide them. We don't really have too many that are, if you've already started peptides somewhere, they probably go on their own. But I definitely would not recommend, ordering anything online, that you don't know where it's from. These certificate of analyses can be, faked, and you can just make one, especially if there's no, you're not sure of the source, which we really never are. So I recommend working only with the compounding pharmacy that's licensed compounding pharmacy.
I just want to see if there are any questions within the crowd over here.
Hi, I have a question with respect to, let's say, because I'm not into, let's say, more into peptide space, I'm into, let's say, small molecules. So I'm, let's say, curious enough to know, like, is it like peptides really gonna be a replaceable entity for small molecules, or whether, let's say, small molecules can be also been used to, let's say, treat various diseases, like for oral GLP-1 medication?
Yes, absolutely. I have, nothing against that. Again, but by the time, for example, why we're using peptides in the clinic is because it's available by a licensed, government licensed compounding pharmacy. If these small molecules are available legally in the different jurisdictions, we have no opposition. We just want to take care of the patient. I don't care how we get there. The goal is to make the patient better, whatever's necessary.
All right, time for one more question.
So with the dosing of these peptides, how often do you actually give them to your patients?
How often do I?
Yeah, like do you do it on a weekly basis, monthly, once
It depends. Depends on the protocol. Depends on what their need is. Most patients will be a 2 to 3 month. We're talking for the majority of patients are their musculoskeletal issues. They've got torn something. If it's for like wellness, it could be 1, 2 months. If I want to just rejuvenate and improve my sleep. Or certain protocols are just like once a year. Epitalon can be done for 1 week, 2 weeks, and then you're done for the year. So it all depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Again, we don't have any hard, that's why we need more research. We don't have enough data to say what happens if you take these long term, like years.
We can pick this up later.
Sure.
All right. Time out. You can go chat over there, order your peptides, or at least ask questions about them. But Mohsen, thank you very much for that.
Amazing. Okay, guys, we are at our final push. We have one more break. We've got 3 more talks, and then you guys are all free to go. I mean, you're free to go at any point, technically. I wanted to point out we've got a QR code up there for the rave happening on Friday. If you would like to attend, you can scan there. We will be checking login, so it is important that you RSVP on the Luma, please. And yeah, I'll see you guys in 20 minutes, please. food because of the heat, which honestly for me has kind of worked. Last year was a bit crazy, but it's been a great day. Tomorrow will be a lot more of similar stuff. We've got workshops, we've got talks. It's only a half day as well, so you can come in the morning and then figure out what you want to do in the afternoon. And then, of course, as I've mentioned, we've got the rave in the evening. The rave will be hosted at a venue just down the road from here by Moritzplatz. It's a venue called Coco Bulls. It's very cute. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Phil, who's going to tell you guys about the On-Chain Lab.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed the talks and presentations today as much as I have. My name is Philip Lee, and I'm the protocol architect at Molecule. And over the next 20 minutes or so, I'd like to introduce you to On-Chain Labs. It's a powerful new protocol we've been building at Molecule that gives research projects a single, sovereign home on-chain. So with the popularization of LLMs and agents over the past few years, we're increasingly seeing research become more and more agentic. However, research has been facilitated in this way for a long time now. The most famous example is, of course, AlphaFold 2. Developed in 2020, it was used to predict protein folding, and by 2024, it had earned its creators a Nobel Prize. Going back a bit further to 2009, researchers at the University of Cambridge and Aberystwyth University developed Adam. It was the first AI capable of forming its own hypotheses, running its own experiments, and developing novel scientific knowledge. Going even further back, arguably to the beginning, we have Dendral, an AI that in 1965 was able to identify molecules based on mass spectrometry data. So there's a rich history of AI-augmented scientific research that spans over 60 years. And today, a major emergent advancement is the intersection of AI, research, and blockchain. So it's worth asking why research and AI would ever be combined with blockchain. And the answer comes down to 4 characteristics that exist at this intersection. The first is identity. A persistent on-chain identity gives a non-human actor something it's never really had before, a place for its reputation to accumulate, and a way for its discoveries to be made attributable and ownable. The second is data and provenance. Every action the agent takes can be time-stamped and immutable, and so there's a verifiable record of which agent did what and when. This means the outputs it produces can be checked independently rather than taken on faith. The third is coordination. Agents existing in disparate systems can transact with one another. They can exchange outputs and build on each other's work. The chain can act as a trustless coordination layer. And the fourth is funding. An agent's research can be financed directly on-chain without waiting on a grant cycle. Autonomous payments can flow from it. Using X402, the agent can pay for services using micropayments. For example, to access data, for computes, to run wet labs, all without the need for a human in the loop. However, given this is an emerging field, there are, of course, friction points. The first is trust. The moment you hand an autonomous actor access to funds, you're taking a risk. Without limits on what it can do, it can act far beyond the narrow remit it was given, which can be incredibly dangerous for the project. The misaligned value architecture is also a friction point. Science is iterative, a series of evolving experiments and discoveries that build upon each other. Current systems constrain project value to single hypotheses, and so data and history can become scattered. Thirdly is that transparency isn't always the answer. Putting something on chain usually means making it fully public, but a researcher with sensitive, unpublished, or commercially valuable work needs the opposite. It should be the owner and not the protocol that decides what is shown and what is kept hidden. So, given this information, what do we believe is the future at Molecule? We think as a single starting point, one place where a project's identity, its funds, its data, and its guardrails all coexist and evolve over the lifespan of the project. And the answer is on-chain labs. So what actually is an on-chain lab? It's a versatile new protocol we've built at Molecule, and you can think of it as a container for a research project. The lab is a smart wallet. It's controlled by an NFT, not a private key, And so whoever owns the lab NFT controls the account. The lab can hold any on-chain asset, including ERC20s, native tokens, and NFTs. The data associated with the project is anchored on-chain, such as the experimental data and the IP. Because the lab is an account, the lab itself can sign transactions and interact with other protocols all on its own. The lab is extensible through modules, and because the lab can hold a balance, it can carry an identity and act on its own behalf, it's agent-ready from day one. So the lab is the container of the project, but how does an on-chain lab model the actual practice of research? We know research seldom moves in a straight line. It's less of a single decisive bet, more of a breakthrough via accumulated understanding. A lab is designed to accommodate this. A single lab can hold multiple lines of inquiry under one persistent identity, which is the project itself. These inquiries can run in parallel and be executed either by agents, humans, or a hybrid. Multiple data sets and experiments can all coexist in the same program rather than in isolation. Any failed experiments or investigations become a valuable data point and a genuine contribution to the lab's progression, proof of what doesn't work. And so the lab is a living representation of the project state. Every data set and every result is historized with its full provenance, what was produced, by whom, and when, with the owner deciding whether the data is public or private. As I mentioned earlier, whoever owns the lab NFT controls the account. Throughout the life of the lab, the research project earns credibility through completed milestones, verifiable outcomes, and published papers. Traditionally, in on-chain systems, this accrues to whichever wallet made the claim. In on-chain labs, reputation accrues to the lab itself. Every transaction, every milestone, every action sits on the lab's own address, accumulating year after year. And a lab can hold an entire research project at any scale, from a single hypothesis to a multi-year program that ends in a marketable drug. The entire lifespan in one container. And when it comes to selling the project, an acquisition is a simple NFT transfer. So when the project is purchased, the entire reputation, its data, the lineage, the audit trail is transferred to the new owner. This is built quite deliberately for institutional buyers, organizations that conduct due diligence at scale, and for whom a self-contained package is a categorical improvement on the overhead of a traditional technology transfer. Now, I want to talk about how we are focused on and refined usability. The people on the team shouldn't need to be blockchain experts to use a lab. The chain should step back and the research should come forward. However, for the agents in a project, we should be able to impose limits and boundaries. The single biggest barrier to bringing a researcher on-chain has always been the first 5 minutes. On-chain labs removes this barrier via sponsored transactions. This means that the researcher doesn't need to know about or understand blockchain in order to create a lab. There are no seed phrases to write down and no instruction to go and buy ETH. Authentication follows the familiar patterns people already know from Web 2. We can also batch interactions together. This reduces the number of steps for users to create and interact with the lab. So the point is simple. The chain gets out of the way, and the researcher is left to do the research. And we know that research projects often involve more than one person, and not everyone carries the same authority over what happens within it. On-chain labs offer scoped roles to facilitate this. At the top, we have the owner, the holder of the lab NFT. They have full authority. This includes the two powers that matter most: transferring the lab itself and installing or removing the modules that define what it can do. Contributors perform scoped operations within the lab, for example, uploading or modifying files. They have enough authority to do the day's work, but not enough to walk off with the project. Viewers are able to read the public state of the lab as well as having access to whichever private data has been selectively shared with them. A viewer may be a potential collaborator or a prospective buyer conducting due diligence. Agents can also be assigned as a contributor or a viewer, which means that they can manage the data in a lab or have read-only access. And we all know you should never fully trust your agents. And so for us, it was incredibly important that we provided configurable guardrails. This means projects can limit the actions that an agent could take. Considering the assets, the treasury, the data that a lab could hold, we see this as a powerful addition. And the scoping is fine-grained. You can restrict an agent so it can only interact with specific contract addresses, functions, amounts, and all of this can be frequency and some limited. The policy is also expirable and revocable, so the agent doesn't have this privilege forever. And there's a final structural safeguard. When the lab transfers, agent permissions do not travel with it. Every permission is bound to the owner, so the moment ownership changes, the permissions are revoked. So an agent operating under a lab can only act within the boundaries that were assigned to it. We've added another feature to labs which facilitates agentic autonomy. X402. So X402 allows agents to pay for API calls using on-chain funds. And all of our major protocol endpoints are X402 compliant. Settlement happens on-chain per operation. And the cool thing is that if the agent has the correct permissions within the lab, it can pay for services using funds stored within the lab treasury. In the future, we're looking to make X402 even more granular on the lab level. We want to implement paid reads for private data. This means that a researcher or an agent can assign a price to a piece of data, and if the price is paid, the user can access the data and decrypt it. The worlds of blockchain, and in particular AI, move incredibly quickly, and we wanted to ensure that on-chain labs remains relevant. And we did this through ensuring that an on-chain lab is composable and modular. Fundamentally, we've designed on-chain labs, Fundamentally, we've designed on-chain labs to last. A lab is a smart account, and so to the rest of the on-chain world, it's viewed as just an address. It holds balances, makes calls, and generates signatures like any other account. So anything an ordinary wallet can do, a lab can do. Therefore, a lab can interact with and leverage the possibilities of any on-chain protocol, including lending and automatic market makers in DeFi, attestation networks, and all of DeSci. And to future-proof labs, we've based the architecture on a modular system, so a user can extend the functionality of labs by simply installing modules. This means that as a project grows, their demands shift and requirements change, they can adapt their lab to fit their needs. So on-chain labs is not just conceptually the hub of the project, it's also the hub of the architecture. So where do users go to extend their lab? We needed an on-chain service that stores all of the modules that a user can access. And the answer to this is the Molecule Module Registry. Every module that is available to an on-chain lab is listed in this system. Of course, the moment you let capabilities be added to an account, you have to ask who vouches for them and are they safe? And today that registry is curated. A module can only become installable once it's been fully audited and attested to on-chain. However, the registry is designed to open up. Over time, it will extend to the community so that third parties can build and register capabilities of their own. This provides a path from a curated catalog towards permissionless, community-built functionality. So, we've just seen how modules give an on-chain lab its capabilities. Now I want to turn to how an on-chain lab connects to data. On-chain labs was built to be agnostic about where its data lives. Where many on-chain systems hardwire a single provider, say everything on IPFS, the data source connections of an on-chain lab are configurable and historized. We're launching with Camu, but a project could use whichever provider it sees fit. IPFS for content address data, Arwe for permanence, Ocean Protocol for AI datasets. On-chain labs is flexible enough to hold effectively any pointer, so a project can always draw on the right source for each kind. But this openness still has safeguards. Every link is cryptographically verified before it's accepted and fully recorded on-chain. This means nothing can be quietly attached to an on-chain lab that doesn't belong. An on-chain lab is not limited to one connection. You can attach multiple data sources to a single on-chain lab. So this means that one account can hold a whole web of verified data. Finally, the whole system is pluggable by design. New providers plug straight in with their own verification, so we don't need to decide today which sources will matter tomorrow. So the fact that the system is modular means that we can already start thinking about what comes next. We're actively designing treasury management modules such as clawback mechanisms, milestone-based payouts, and DeFi integrations. We're investigating tokenization of individual labs and fractionalization of a project's value, and we're currently building out the coin-to-company model. We already have integrations with DeSci ecosystem partners such as Pept.ai and various wet lab providers in the pipeline. So I want to leave you with where we started. AI is increasingly accelerating the pace of scientific research. The moment you give agents a place to act from that includes an identity, a treasury, guardrails, and a verifiable record, the science they produce becomes more robust, more reproducible, and far easier to trust. That intersection, research, AI, and blockchain, is the accelerant for the next era of science and the foundation it gets built upon. And it begins with a single lab. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was waving at the door. Unfortunately, our door does keep getting stuck. Could we just open it? Sorry. Technical difficulties on the door. I have to say, we've recently upgraded like all our systems onto online keys, which you'd think would be the future, but honestly, we have more problems with the freaking door key than anything else. At least it stopped falling off, which it did do for a while as well. But I digress. We have another talk from Maria. Maria's kind of going to do the sort of other half of what Phil was talking about. So Phil's obviously done protocol and structure and sort of the more technical, well, both are technical. But Maria's going to really speak about how we're considering the front end of this product and how users might actually interact with it. So yeah, without further ado, Maria, and that's your mic.
Do you have the...
I'm also stealing the clicker from you, sorry. There we are.
Thank you. Let me just test this setup. Good, okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking a bit more and staying until the end of the day. Also, thank you so much to Ella and everyone that made sure that we're super cozy and fed during the day. I've been here for 4 years already, and this is my 4th edition, and every DeSci Berlin is the time where we reflect on everything that we learned this year, and we showcase all the progress made. So I'm really excited to show you what we've been building. My name is Maria San Martin. I'm a senior product manager at Molecule, and today I'll present Molecule Labs and the product experience that we are building. Obviously, I'm here to present the amazing work that the entire product and dev team that is there was able to create, so I'm just here on their behalf. Nice. So, during my presentation, I'll basically build on top what Paul already presented, Kevin and Phil shared as well. And I'll dive deeper into the interaction layer that basically builds on top of our protocol, which is Molecule Labs. I'll share some insights and core learnings that we made through the years, and basically just so you gain an understanding of how we got here and why we're building the things that we're building, and the way that we've just been kind of gathering learnings and just building iteratively through the years. I'll share the thesis, and also I'll just explain slightly better how the stack is built and how it works and how things interrelate to each other. And then I'll present a couple of flows, so for the researcher, for the AI builders, and for the funders. Yes. Good. So, as I said, this is my 4th year at Molecule, and in the past years, we've been building so many different experiments to validate many different hypotheses. And, I want to kind of take some time to go back in time and just reflect on the hypotheses that we validated and things we've learned and the things that we built and how we got to the place that we are. So, through the years, the only thing that remained constant is that for Molecule, or our vision is to make sure that we accelerate the pace in which science gets discovered, funded, run, and that also we make sure that that brings cures and breakthroughs, important breakthroughs to the world, and also derive value at the end back to society. So that's the only thing that would remain constant, but if I look at all of the things that happened through the years, in 2023, the core learning is that we validated that yes, crypto can fund and does fund science. So that was a very important year because during that year, we saw how communities of science in different disciplines raised large amounts of fundings using blockchain-based tools, using our products and our primitives, and the things we basically built. We also saw how individual and anonymous funders were able to fund and govern IP, and also be able to participate in these research projects via the distributed communities that are called DAOs, and you've probably heard about them. We call them science DAOs. They are decentralized autonomous organizations. We also created a novel token type that was basically signifying property rights from real life on chain, and we call that intellectual property NFT or IP NFT. And it was pretty cool because basically it was able to assign ownership rights to an asset on blockchain and also in real life. So during that time, we designed and built a launchpad, which is basically a platform that allows a token auctions and enable the creation of these tokens, the distribution, and the setting up the prices for these token communities. And the really cool part that happened is that we saw how many groups that care about psychedelics, women's health, hair loss, longevity, many kind of scientific communities were able to raise big amounts of capital and start to already run the science and find projects that they were willing to support. Then in 2024, that was an important year because that's when assets became tokens and vice versa. So we saw that the communities that got funded previously coordinated themselves using Web 2 and blockchain-based tools, so something that we call Web 3 tooling. And they basically organized themselves, hire researchers, hire industry experts, hire pharma advisors, and basically embedded these decentralized teams into the organization to basically scout for projects, run due diligence, deploy capital, and follow up on the different research initiatives. The thing that happened that year also is that these communities were struggling to report back to funders and to the community the progress made by the different projects. And the access of data was still an issue. So the same kind of thing that we were seeing in private companies, but we're also seeing in these decentralized distributed tools, they still were keeping data siloed. We also saw this year, thanks to the things that we built, that individual research projects for the first time were basically able to raise funds for independent projects. And this was very interesting. At the end of the year, we created a platform, this token auction platform, that enabled individual researchers to set up their projects, and within a matter of days and hours, we were able to fulfill the fundraise. So it was quite extraordinary to see that blockchain, again, just revalidates that it's a great space to be able to raise funds and deploy capital. In this year, the individual and anonymous funders, the only issue we saw is that they cannot directly deploy funds to the projects themselves. They always need a legal entity in the middle that can deploy the capital to institutions. So that was a really important learning. And also we saw that the existing token model did not really provide enough value to early funders, and that mostly early funders were either speculating on the token or treating it as a philanthropic exercise, so they were buying the tokens, not really expecting that much back. During that year, we created project tokens and also set up the contracts and the products to enable what we call crowd sales, that are token-gated token sales, and also we started to draft our coin-to-company model. Now we fast forward to 2025, and this is a time where AI exploded, and we started to see AI and agent-powered workflows in all sorts of disciplines, so in productivity, in ops, in personal life, and in specialized industries. We saw that really powerful models were generally available and became mainstream, and the blockchain infra also started to be the best testbed for these AI examples. We also saw last year that thousands of agent-related projects raised large sums of capital, again in crypto, even during bear market, which is quite extraordinary. So we had agent-related projects that raised millions last year. So also something worth observing and worth learning about. So we definitely took that learning and started to embed a lot of AI tooling. We developed our coin-to-company model, so we finally had something of value for funders that supported early research and something that allows them to stick and get value straight away from the project. And the issue through the years remained the same. We were struggling, and the projects were struggling, and the communities were struggling, and the DAOs were struggling to get information back from the science projects they funded. So science reporting was not happening, and early funders did not have access to the underlying data and the underlying value of the research project. So we decided to start building the data infrastructure for this, and started to explore and pivot a bit the different products so we can enable that to happen within our stack. And then fast forward to today, this year hypothesis, and it is a statement, but the reality is a question. It's like, can science run autonomously? And that's the question that we have in our heads and where we're trying to test this year, because we're seeing that there's extremely powerful and specialized solutions that are available now for teams and for companies to be able to run workflows, either with this setup of like a hybrid and like a human plus an agent, so a hybrid setup, where they're running different parts of the workflow for discovering projects, for funding projects, for doing drug dev, and also AI is providing like novel inventions. We're also seeing that global AI and science-specific governance is still a work in progress, so we'll see what happens. And we're seeing that tech giants are recruiting life science researchers all over the world, and they're just onboarding them, right? So I think it is a critical point, and I think that we're now at a point where we can't really shine if we put enough attention and put enough care into the things we're building. So what we did, we basically enabled the data infra layer and enabled programmatic functions. So everything we did before and that was human-led now is for agents and for systems to be able to use it. Data sets and experiments and report and the critical updates are still non-accessible. And that's why Phil's presentation is so important, because for the first time, we dedicated an entire year to build a primitive that would enable this behavior to exist. So basically, we have an account where the treasury can live, and also the program rules to then enforce the reporting mechanisms needed in order to give early funders visibility of the progress made in the research, and also to inform future funders of the underlying value of your research. So all of a sudden you can present your project to the world and give back information to either early funders or future funders. That said, through the years, we're just we're in the business of trust at the end, right? And trust needs to be earned. And for us, a lab is the place where you can start, especially now that we have an on-chain lab underneath. We have these labs that are programmable. So basically, rules can be set between the researchers and between the funders, and then payments can happen, and the desired behavior can run within the accounts. Accessible, meaning that anyone, contributors, researchers, funders, builders can access the space. Can access the space and really get into the project by accessing the data layer, verifiable. So every single action that an actor performs in the account, even if it's a researcher, an agent, a payment, gets recorded, and someone can just go and verify every single step. And the accountability piece, right? Like that's, I think, the core part to be able to build trust, is that we are finally having two parties and the system and the tools to make sure that the behavior it really performs in the way that we want it, and that the system is accountable, not like what is happening today. Because the reality is that many crypto projects that are raising funds, they're not accountable because there's no rules enforcing any mechanism for them to perform in a certain behavior. Let me check. Yes. So our stack, like Phil already presented, we have the protocol, which is the foundational layer, human governed, and we obviously audit it, and is where the core primitives behind the account for the lab lives. And then we have molecule labs, and molecule labs is a product layer that basically leverages all of the functions from the protocol. So it's a mirror of what is already there. It's just the layer where humans can interact with it. So it's the element where the entire world can interact with the protocol, and it's a way also to showcase the different features and the value that the protocol currently has. One important piece is that because we developed this data layer and an API, for us now it's really easy to access the underlying data available in each of the labs. And that's how we build our product layer. I invite you all to go check molecule.xyz and explore projects. That's basically the layer where you are going to interact with Molecule Labs and also with each of the projects and with the underlying data infrastructure. We also started to play with different agents and built an example that is called Mira, and it's our own instance of an agent that basically gets data from a lab, runs a project evaluation framework, and provides an assessment and a signal to funder of the underlying value of the project that they're seeing and where the project is in the readiness level, as well as the progression they're making with the money that they've been given. To showcase how Molecule Labs works, I'll just go through the different journeys. So for the researchers, so here we have the researcher role, and the way that we're looking at it is they can be human researchers, aka scientists, they can be lab operators, and they can be agents that behave as researchers. And for this group is quite easy. You can set up a lab. It takes minutes and seconds to just set up your lab, set up your project portfolio, and attach a data room. After you do that, you can add your contributors. So if you have in your lab or in your team several researchers, you can add them as contributors, and they'll be able to submit files to the lab. And you can also set permissions, depending on if you want them to be a contributor or only a viewer. And then you can link also the token community or the project token that you already have, because that could be the access token as well, to be able to give a chance for people to access specific information in. The second step is just as easy as dropping files into the lab, submit decks, data sets, experiment results, key milestones, basically everything that the project has produced can go into the lab. Everything gets versioned, time-stamped, and also it's permanently stored. The different, the contributors can decide whether that piece of information is public or confidential. If it's confidential, it will get encrypted. And in both cases, the action that happens within the lab generates a public record. So on the other side, on the external side, we created a discovery layer. So every time you create an on-chain lab, you're going to create a project page that is visible and public for everyone to see. And what is really cool, that every interaction in that data room is going to get an action in your timeline. So whenever you fill your data room, you make progress, maybe once a month, maybe once a week, everything is going to be represented. If the file is confidential, you're going to get an item, and obviously the file won't be visible unless you make that actor a viewer in your system. At the end of the day, we are setting up a system that enables trust. So we want funders, either early funders, future patients, people interested in your research, to get closer, understand what the exact track record that the project has, and verify it by themselves. So basically, they have a way to consume information about your research project, progress made, and they can dive as deep as they want into the files and into the reports created and into absolutely every single detail to fully understand the underlying value. To showcase the UI, just so you guys have an example, very familiar UI is like a researcher portal. You create a lab, you get basic description of your project, and you drop files. Also, the cool part about this works via an API, so you don't need to manually do this. You can have several systems submitting information for you. Or maybe you work with other set of tooling, you can just send data directly to this lab. So super easy. You don't really have to know anything about blockchain. We're kind of making it quite familiar for anyone to use. Then I want to share with you an example of an agent that we built that basically leveraged that public information from a research project. So we called it Mira, which is Molecule Insights and Research Agent. And what it basically does, it takes information stored in this lab, public information. We've created a skill. So basically, we've created a skill based on a project evaluation framework that takes public information, run a set of operation, and then gives back an assessment to inform the public where your project is in the technology readiness level, and then what's the assessment of the project progress in an 8-dimensional project scoring framework. So this is really helpful for people that either don't have time to go dive into all your decks and all of the data created and all of the reports and just get like a high level understanding and high early, this is worth my time signal to then dive deeper into the project. We also created an MCP and a sort of chatbot. Then the cool part is like, I can use this tool via Claude and just call the MCP and already get information about all of the projects that are available in Molecule Lab. So I can ask questions about, hey, what's this project about? Is the project progressing? When was the last update recorded? And get all of this information either by using our product, molecule.xyz, or also some of these like AI tools that we have built. The cool part about this like AI builder side is we've created this loop that takes data from the lab, runs the assessment, and then displays this information in our product. But there's so many other kinds of agents one can build with the data available in the lab. So you could have your own data, create your own agent to run some like computation analysis or like some, I don't know, knowledge graph across all of your project portfolio to fully understand interrelationships or who knows what. You know, I think it's the opportunity also to be a bit creative and think about how to use the API and the MCP to potentially build your own scale, build your own agent. Nice. And lastly, for funders, so for us, like I mentioned before, is what happens outside that lab, right? At the moment, a lot of this research progress happens in closed doors, even to the general public. We're co-funders of very important research and breakthroughs, and we don't really have access to any of that progress. So the system that we're trying to create here is a system where science runs in the open space while making sure that important secret information remains private and encrypted, right? But it gives access to people. So in this other side, which is the public side of your lab, funders can get to our discovery page and find different assets, different projects that are available in lab, and just discover like early stage research that was, you know, before it hits mainstream, and they can be like early funders. They can check progress, so review the project timeline, all of the activities, the decks, the updates, and like I said, every nitty-gritty detail about the project can be just reviewed, and even request access to see confidential files. And the last step is to actually verify its value. So it's like, is this thing worth my time? Is this worth my effort and my money? And that's something that can happen quite quickly compared to the current workflows in which they need to go potentially to universities and talk to TTOs and then demand all of this kind of information. We would just want to make it available from the get-go. And the last step, and it's something that we've integrated with existing projects that already got funded, is that if your project fundraised in the past or is about to fundraise, we also give a kind of call to action to join the future fundraise, or if the project fundraised and it has a liquid token, you can directly buy the token. And many of these projects have already a mechanism to get money from trading fees. So it's quite cool. You buy the token, or your future funder buys the token, and that creates two benefits. Your token price obviously increases, but also you're getting fees for fees for every transaction that happens. How that looks, I'm just showcasing here the project portfolio. So we have a discovery landing, which is the Explore project page. We have portfolios, which is a way for entities, organization groups to basically set up their portfolio of projects. And then we have project pages that include basic information about the project, the assessment run by our agent, a timeline of activities, and also the token layer. So if token is available, they can directly trade. So I'm kind of biased, but I'm really proud to where we got, because we've been working on like very isolated POCs, and now we're creating a very foundational ground for us to keep growing. And I have like a couple of asks. Like if you're a researcher, just go to labs.molecule.xyz, try to create a lab, see how it works, share your feedback, test, submit some files, get your public page going and see what happens. If you're a funder or an organization that already funded projects, test a pilot, see how projects behave. So ask the researchers, create the projects, bring them as contributors, and then test how the accountability layer works and see how projects report and then how funders perceive the reporting as well. And if you're a builder, we have a pretty composable set of tools, so you can just check out our docs or join our Discord, ask some questions, and get like an API key and have some fun with some of the things that we've already built. I think that's all. So it was a big pleasure to be here today to share what we did with Molecule Labs, and thanks to the protocol. If you're curious to learn more, just reach out. We are going to be here today and tomorrow. And before I go, I just want to give a huge shout out and a round of applause to the Molecule product and dev team. So Vlad, Noor, Tom, Ella, Kevin, Phil, Jan, Jonas, everyone that made possible what we've done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria, and hell yeah, I love my team. Okay, guys, we have one more talk. It is quite a fun one. It is Aubrey de Grey, who is a very well-known longevity researcher. I'm sure you might have seen him on Twitter. He's also quite prolific on Twitter. Aubrey has spoken at a couple of our events, and we just actually have to keep inviting him back because his talks are so interesting. He gets to talk about the research he's doing, and I think it's so rare that we get to access and sort of view the working of someone who is very well versed in their professional field. Aubrey is not able to be here in person today, but his replacement is Caitlin over there if you've got any questions or want to chat more about his work. Thank you all for attending. It's been a great day. I personally am schwitzing, but yeah, I hope to see you guys here tomorrow. Thank you and goodbye. Yeah, I'm just saying goodbye because sorry, are we bothering your phone charging? Thank you so much, Aubrey.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's an excellent introduction. And thank you all for hanging out and waiting until the end of the day. I am very sorry I can't be there, but as you just heard, my chief scientist, my VP of research, Caitlin Lewis, is present. I don't know whether Caitlin has already presented or whether she's presenting tomorrow. I hope it's tomorrow because I'm going to give a rather introductory talk. But I want to start, first of all, by thanking the whole DeSci community, not just for having me speak at this conference, but also for the enormous amount of support that we've received from VitaDAO, from Bioprotocol, and so on, in getting this far with the projects that we're doing. You'll probably hear from Caitlin that there is a very impressive AI agent named Aubrey, A-U-B-R-A-I, which has fantastic graphics as well, courtesy of VitaDAO's graphic designer Hike, who is actually also working on a new version of our website right now. So, we're extremely grateful for all of that. But because Caitlin is present in person, I thought it would be best for me to focus on the background of our collaborations with the DeSci community and the projects that we are focused on at LEV Foundation. And I've only got 20 minutes, so I'll see what I can do. I haven't used StreamYard for quite a long time, so I'm just making sure I can save my slides. There we go. All right, so I always start with this. I always say, we have to focus on why aging is so resistant to the attempts that the medical profession has made to bring it under control and to keep people healthy later in life. It's quite paradoxical that the progress against age-related conditions has been so much less impressive than the progress we've made against the infectious diseases that used to kill so many of us a couple of centuries ago. And most people think it's just because there's so much complexity in aging. Don't worry, you're not supposed to be able to read this slide. That so many things go wrong during late life, and that maybe it's just It's overwhelmed us. And of course, AI is a potential hope there, because it allows us to manage and to grapple with very complex data sets to a much greater extent than we used to be able to. However, the bad news is that this is actually not the main reason why aging is still such a problem for medicine. The main problem is that people just don't think about aging correctly. People think that there is some kind of separation between the chronic progressive diseases of aging, that's column 3 in this little table, versus this thing called aging itself, which is column 4. And that's wrong. The real problem with this interpretation is that it makes people think that we might be able to use the same kind of medicines against the things in column 3 that have worked so well against the things in column 1, infectious diseases. But because of what aging is, that's not the case. So what is aging? Well, first of all, we have to take into account that aging is not one process, it's really a combination of 2 processes. One that goes on throughout life, even starting before we're born, and another one that only happens late in life. And this is a very, very simple idea. It just says the normal operation of the human body, that's what metabolism means, causes damage. It causes changes to the molecular and cellular structure and composition of the body. And those changes, eventually exceed what the body is built to tolerate. And that's when the right-hand process kicks off. So there's feedback, of course, between these things. The more damage you have, the less good the body becomes at stopping more damage from happening. And once you start getting sick, the pathologies of late life, then that feedback becomes a lot stronger. So that's why aging speeds up as it progresses. But what this tells us immediately is that aging is that the ways to get sick should be viewed in this way. In other words, that aging is not something separate from the diseases of aging, rather that there are simply a lot of aspects of aging, and we have chosen, for whatever reason, to give disease-like names to some of those things and not to others. That's the only difference. The difference between column 3 and column 4 is purely semantic, which is helpful because it helps us to understand why this kind of approach to addressing aging with medicine is hopeless. What does addressing aging with medicine mean in the context of this definition? Well, of course, what it means is separating metabolism from pathology. It means allowing people to carry on being alive, in other words, performing metabolism, without getting sick. And geriatric medicine is all about essentially ignoring the left-hand process completely and just trying to manage the pathologies directly in the face of this accumulating damage that is causing those pathologies. It's just like, it's completely brain dead. There's no way it could ever work. Now, about a century ago or more, a few people started to realize that, and that's where the whole field of gerontology came from. People said, well, we're not going to be able to do that, therefore we should try to be more preventative and essentially make the body run more cleanly. We can somehow manipulate our metabolism so that it creates less damage than it normally would. And that will, of course, delay the point at which the damage accumulates to a pathogenic level. It's a good idea in principle, but it's not really a very productive one because of this. Metabolism is just ridiculously complicated. And furthermore, the creation of damage is intrinsic. It's just too, inextricably intertwined with the things that we need our metabolism to do to keep us alive from one day to the next. And the result is that, we've made no progress here either in postponing aging by making the body run more cleanly. So 25 years ago, I came along and I said, hang on, there's a third possibility here. We can separate metabolism from pathology without interfering in either of the 2 processes, the process that creates damage and the process that damage creates. And the way we do it is by removing the damage, by doing preventative maintenance. We don't have to even remove the damage particularly thoroughly. Just so long as we remove a lot of it, we will be able to stop the damage from reaching the level that makes us sick, even though damage is still being created at the natural rate. And this is enormously helpful because it sidesteps all of our ignorance about how metabolism works, and about how it creates damage, and it relieves us of the need to do this impossible thing of making metabolism not do the thing we don't want it to do, the creation of damage, while letting metabolism carry on doing the things we need it to do to keep us alive. So, this is basically just the same thing as we do for simple man-made machines. This is a car that's more than 100 years old, and it's working every bit as well as it did the day it was built. The definition I've just given you of aging could be used absolutely without any alteration to describe aging of a simple man-made machine. So, it's really common sense. So then what I did was, a long, long time ago, I said, well, okay, in order to do this maintenance, we have to describe what the damage is. What are the actual differences in structure and composition between an older person and a young adult that are eventually bad for us and cause us to get sick? And the good news was that even back in the year 2000, it was possible to make such a classification and to be fairly confident that it was complete, because I was able to identify categories, all of which had been, substantial topics of research interest in gerontology for 18 years or more. The most recent was 1982. And the good news is that that's still true. We still have no new types of damage. The classification on the left-hand side of this table is standing the test of time. Now, the purpose of this classification is to describe what we need to do. So on the right, we have the approaches to doing the preventative maintenance that I have suggested, and I did suggest 25 years ago, and they are still being pursued, and indeed have progressed far enough that we have now got, startup companies working in these areas. And of course, mentioning again that the DeSci community is getting very involved in all of this, because there's plenty to do, especially in a divide and conquer strategy that is involved in all of this. So it's definitely very ripe for the involvement of the DeSci community, and I'm so delighted that VitaDAO and Bioprotocol and so on have become so involved. So thank you again to all of them. I should just say that even though this idea was a huge paradigm shift when I first introduced it, it has very much become a mainstream way of thinking now. About a decade later, a group of my colleagues put together a paper that has become absolutely the Bible of gerontology. It's been cited far more often than any other paper in the whole of the biology of aging this century, and it's essentially a restatement of the same idea. So that's quite good news. So what are we doing? Well, I have run and led a succession of nonprofit foundations in the USA over the past 20-odd years. And the previous ones, the first and second ones, we were focused on developing the components of this divide and conquer approach. In particular, we were focused on the most difficult components, the ones that were being neglected by the research community because they were just too hard, and one was unable to get the frequency of nicely highly cited papers that one needs in order to get promoted or to get one's next grant application funded. If you're being funded entirely by philanthropy, which is the way I have operated, then it's easier to do hard things. But now in this, in LEV Foundation, my current organization, what we are doing is we are putting together some of the easier types of damage repair, of maintenance that have been developed. And the reason we're doing this is because we can, because some of those approaches have now got far enough along that they actually work in mice, to the extent of actually extending mouse lifespan by a significant amount. So we took a bunch of those things, starting about 3.5 years ago, and we put them together in the same mice at the same time. We are doing damage repair here, so it doesn't make sense to start early in life. We want to treat middle-aged mice that have already accumulated a certain amount of damage, and we want to make them live longer. And the idea is that if we take things that individually give a certain amount of life extension, then putting many of them together in the same mice at the same time should, in principle, have an additive effect. The fact that just one intervention can actually increase mouse lifespan at all is, on its face, quite surprising, because, as I've just explained to you, there are lots of different types of damage that accumulate throughout life. But the reason that happens is because the processes of damage accumulation do have a certain amount of crosstalk between each other. And furthermore, there's that feedback that I mentioned earlier on, that the more damage you have, the faster subsequent damage is created. Therefore, if you can remove even one type of damage, you're kind of relieving the pressure on the body and allowing the body to be better at slowing down the accumulation of other types of damage. So it's not so surprising, but we should still see this additive effect. And so we're starting when the mice are in middle age. That means about 1.5 years old, because they normally live about 2.5 years. And our stretch goal was to give them an additional 12 months of life. The world record, the best you can actually do right now, when you take mice that are already 1.5 years old, is only 4 months of extra life. That's been possible for decades, for half a century. You can do it just by not feeding them as much as they would like. It's called calorie restriction, and it works very nicely. It doesn't work nearly so well in long-lived species, however, such as human beings. So it's definitely not something that's worth pursuing as a holy grail of bringing aging under really comprehensive control and extending healthy and total lifespan by a large amount. So, well, the short answer is that we achieved one of our goals, but not the other in this study, which ended about a year ago. We did see additivity. What I'm showing you here is what are called Kaplan-Meier curves, survival curves. So on the x-axis is the age of the mice, starting at 19 months of age. And on the y-axis is the proportion of mice that were still alive at any given age. So, of course, the graphs go down as you go to the right, and eventually all the mice are dead. And so I want to draw your attention, first of all, to the thick lines. You can see that there's a thick blue line and a thick red line. The blue line is simply the mice that were not getting any of the treatments, the controls. And the red line is the ones that were getting all 4 of our treatments. And as you can see, they lived a lot longer, but not a year longer, only about 4 months longer. Now, so that means that we did not achieve our goal of a 12-month increase in lifespan. However, the good news is that we did show this additive effect. The other lines, the thin lines in the middle, are the treatment groups that received some, but not all, of the interventions. And the key point is they're in the middle. In other words, the ones that got all the interventions did the best. So we have achieved proof of concept, proof of principle, that this approach works. This is in female mice. Situation in male mice was a bit more complicated. As you can see, the thick blue line is somewhere in the middle, because some of the treatment groups did really badly, and we don't really know why that is, but the general principle is, again, the same. The mice that got all 4 of the treatments did the best. So that's fine. I should highlight that we did a lot of testing of the health of the mice as well. This is kind of superfluous in a way, because we know that the only way to make either mice or humans live longer is to keep them healthy for longer. So we know perfectly well that they're going to be healthier. But nevertheless, we did measure the health of the mice in many different ways. So, and as is always done in mouse longevity experiments. But I really want to talk about what we want to do next. And as StreamYard tends to do, it has messed up the formatting of my my slide. I'm a rather frustrated about that. But you can see that here we have a list of a number of interventions that have not been used in our previous experiment and that we want to put together in a future study. The idea here is that the more things we put in, the better our chances of getting not just an additive effect, but a big additive effect, maybe even getting to our 12-month stretch goal. So most of the interventions that you can see listed on this rather messed up slide are ones that are already shown, as before, to extend life in mice on their own, individually. And we could not have done this experiment 3.5 years ago because most of those studies that have shown that these things actually extend mouse lifespan had not been done then. They were done during the course of our first study. So that's really good news if you think about it, that there's this steady stream of new ways to delay aging in mice, and it gives us much more options. And from a decentralized science perspective, this is quite important because it means that there are plenty of opportunities for people to get involved in this. Of course, the ideal way from our point of view is to fund LEV Foundation to do this huge study that we want to do next, which will be 2,000 mice. That's twice as big as the first study. But, of course, there's always the option to do your own experiments. It's fairly easy to get access to a mouse facility that knows how to do mouse lifespan experiments. So, the more we have in terms of ways to extend mouse lifespan, the better. And we are very much working towards putting at least 8 of these treatments together in our next study. Caitlin has been leading the design of this study, and so she can talk about it in more detail. But the essence of it is that we have now a wide variety of different things to put together. We are currently, courtesy of VitaDAO, doing some pilot studies to optimize the main study. The pilot studies involve obviously very few mice, so they're considerably less expensive. But we are working out a bunch of kinks so that the final study can go as well as possible. We are, as I say, doing these pilot studies. We are being fairly careful about the design of the new study in terms of minimizing the amount of money that we need at the beginning of the experiment, because the first experiment was very front-loaded. We had to get all the money in at the beginning, and we've found ways to stagger that a little bit. But the main thing I want to draw your attention to here is the bottom line, the smart cages. There's a fantastic company in the US named Olden Labs, which has developed these extraordinary things that fit on as the lids of the cages that mice live in, and that do 24-hour monitoring, both audio and video, of the mice in the cage, so as to obtain very large amounts of data on the activity of the mice, on how healthy they are, how they're moving around, what they are eating and drinking, and so on. And this data will save us a fair amount of money because it reduces the amount of technician time that is needed to monitor the health of the mice. But of course, it also gets a great deal more data than could in practice be obtained with only humans monitoring it. So this is a great advance. We are by no means the only people using these cages. They have become very popular. And of course, the data we're going to be able to make available so that people in the DeSci community can analyze it in real time while the experiment is ongoing. I'm going to close down there because I'm out of time. And thank you again for sticking around for this last talk of the day. I want to thank, obviously, our donors, including VitaDAO. Caitlin and I wrote a paper recently talking about the motivation for these studies in more detail than what I've been able to describe today. There's a QR code there for anyone who feels motivated to support this financially, or, of course, to find out more about what we do at our website, which, as I say, is in the process of a revamp, but there's plenty of information there already. So thank you again.
So much, Aubrey. Thank you, Aubrey. It was fantastic as usual. And enjoy the rest of your day.
I certainly will. Same to you guys. Bye for now.
Cool. Bye. Okay, guys, I know we're a little bit over time. Thank you so much for your energy and participation and presence today. We have had such a good time hosting you. We will open up tomorrow at 9. We'll have breakfast in West Berlin like we did this morning, if any of you were here at 9 this morning. And then at 10 a.m. talks will start and we'll go until 2 p.m. So it's just a half day. Thank you so much and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a lovely evening.